presentation on our capital improvement program. So let's start with a moment of silence, and I'll lead us in the pledge. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Okay, Anita, can you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember Vischer.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. Okay, that's our Deputy City Clerk, Anita Shepherd-Sharp, remote, and also our City Manager, Lane Long, is participating remotely tonight. So we'll turn it over to Brian McMinn. Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm Brian McMinn, the Public Works Director. This is going to take a really big mop.
Really big what?
Mop. Little mop up. So this is a presentation of projects potentially to be included in the next two fiscal year budgets. You know, what I'm going to present are new funding or additional funding for existing projects or new projects altogether. I won't be covering every single project that's in the existing capital improvement program budget. Those projects remain funded and carry forward until they're either completed or council takes action to unfund them. So, but with that, we'll move forward. As we're preparing the budget, we're looking at what's available for funding. We have some available general fund balances for council to consider for funding projects. These are funds that are unrestricted in their use. We have three different categories: the general fund, unexpended balances that we have from the general fund. We have land sales, one-time land sale funds, and then the ARPA funds that the city was qualified for. And that total, somewhere in there, I tend to round numbers, but it's actually 22,523,000. It's a little bit closer to what that total is. We also have FORA obligation bonds. These are restricted uses. The FORA escrow bond, this is for blight removal on the former Fort Ord. And then we have the FORA CFD, CFD that was set up to collect development from development in the dunes and the Sea Haven developments. And then the FORA habitat management money, that $1.5 million set aside for anticipated cost for habitat management once the scope of that is identified. And then we have impact fee funds. These are restricted uses. These are funds established under state codes, and they're collected to mitigate the impacts of increased development, increased demand on our roadway system, as well as our public facilities. We have some balances that have accrued in those categories. Parks, 8 million, the buildings and facilities, 5.2 million, public safety, 1.3 million, roadways, 7.6 million, and intersections, 1.8 million. And within each of those funding categories, those funds are being collected for very specific projects that have been identified in the mitigation fee nexus study. And I think we have our city manager here, and I guess I want to check and see if Lane wanted to kind of have some introductory comments before I start getting into the projects.
City Manager Lane Long.
Sure.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. What we're really trying to get some input from the council tonight really is on a high level. So this is not totally everything that we're going to present or propose in the budget, but what, as Brian said, it's kind of some of the existing capital project. It's some new capital projects, and these are based on the consolidated project list and those top projects of that list, and we kind of put those as tier one. And so we wanted to give the council the opportunity to understand in more detail those projects, so that when we come around to the budget on August 15th is the date that we are planning to bring it right now. So at least you'll have a better understanding and be able to ask a lot of questions about these capital projects, so that that we're at least better prepared to present the budget. Now, another thing, it's a slide I had Juan prepared. Matt, can you pull up those two slides? Thank you. So what these show is that 22.5 million of unassigned or unallocated fund balance. And in this presentation, we have approximately 17.6 million of tier one projects, 1.9 of tier two projects, with the remaining fund balance of 2.8 million. And that's really low for our remaining fund balance. Would you pull up the next slide? We've made some adjustments, and this is kind of the remaining fund balance we'd like to set up as a target. So at the start, we're at that 2.8 million. As we've gone through it, we're going to need to set aside another $1 million for our groundwater protection fund. Our litigation will be heading up into full steam the next year, 2 years, and we think we're going to need to set aside some more funds for that. But one thing that we're pulling out is $3 million for the MAP program, or that's the military aid program. And what we proposed in your initial packet that you have is 3.7 million. And that was assuming that we got into that MAP program. And to be in that program, we have to have a 10% match. And we included 3.7 million for the full 5 years of being in that program. And that was just a lot of money to set aside for a program that we aren't even positive that we're going to get into. And so we thought it's better to, we funded it for 1 year, so we left $750,000, but the remaining 4 years, if we're in the program, we'll have to come up with that money from some other sources. And so that's going to free up 3 million. We also had Salinas Avenue widening. That's going to be down the road, so we took that out, and the same thing with some ADA traffic signal upgrades. Those are down the road, and so when we took out those projects, that gives us a remaining general fund unassigned balance of 6.7 million. So that still includes all the tier one and all the tier two projects. What we want and why we want a little fund balance there is that is all the funds that we have available to spend. So if an emergency comes up, another project, something becomes available, that is the resource that we'd have to spend it. We don't have any reserves for other litigation, for a lawsuit, for liability, for workers' comp, major injuries, and so that's why cities typically keep some money in that for that unassigned fund balance. Also, there are some major projects that we have talked about as a community for a long time that we don't have the ability to fund. And an example is the soccer and baseball fields at Preston Park. If we want to add some more, we estimate those at 10 million. You're going to have to start setting aside some funding for that, or just say we're going to have to go out to the private sector or figure out a different way to fund that. Another option that we haven't funded is the Sports and Aquatic Center. And we know that that's going to take up a whole study session by itself. We're now, for the combined project, at $40 million. If we reallocate all of our escrow and forward bonds, which they're restricted, this is a project they qualify, those combined are still 15, 16 million, and we're still at 25 million short of the Sports and Aquatic Center. So a decision point is, okay, do we now starting to set aside some of the unassigned fund balance for that project? And if so, you want to kind of build that up. The Dune City Park is another project. Right now, the concept plan that the council has approved, that cost is estimated to be over $20 million to build that. The Dunes only has 8.5 million obligated for that project. In this project right here, we put in 1.5 million from the unassigned fund balance or from impact fees. I'm sorry, it's impact fees, but we're still $10 million short. And so there's a lot of other projects out there that just aren't funded. And so part of your discussion and decisions is, well, if we want to start setting aside money for some of these other projects, then as you look at some of these tier 1 and tier 2 projects, you may say, you know what, let's not fund that. Let's start setting money aside for Preston Park Route, for the Sports and Aquatics Center. So this is just to kind of give you a big picture of where we kind of think we should be at with the unassigned fund balance. And I think that's kind of the overview with that. Mayor, Council, do you have any questions with that?
I do, and probably others do too, but we have a new policy where we don't ask questions until there's a motion and public comment, and then we talk. So to deviate from that, I think we would need a council, consensus sort of informal vote. But let me ask our city attorney, if we want to do things different tonight, like to ask questions on what Lane just presented, how do we do that?
Through the mayor, I think this meeting is a little bit different because you're focusing on one agenda item and there seem to be a lot of clarifying questions. And I think the majority of tonight's meeting is going to be discussion by the council. So if you want to decide to do it a little bit differently and to answer questions as you go along, I think the council could decide to do that. It's not our typical meeting format.
Okay. Well, what makes the most sense to me is not even to worry about the definition of clarifying question, because a lot of our questions don't fit that, but they're sort of like burning, or we're a little bit confused, or we don't understand. So we have questions that aren't clarifying necessarily. The old definition was pretty strict. So if council doesn't object, how about we just have this be a little bit more informal and get some staff presentation, ask some questions, have discussion, then turn it over to Brian, ask some questions, and then go to the public, or maybe go to the public as soon as Brian is over, and then ask Brian some questions from us. We'll figure that out as we go. But for right now, are you okay asking our city manager questions on his presentation? Okay. Who would like to go first? We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem, Christina Marina Dirksen.
Thank you. I do have two questions. One is, tonight we are to be making these recommendations. Is that correct? From the presentations that we're getting, what can I just get some clarity exactly what we're doing tonight?
I think if you refer to the agenda, we're going to adopt a resolution after receiving the presentations, and then we're going to provide direction toward the capital improvement program and the airport's capital improvement program. So this is a night for decisions.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to ask a clarifying question. When we talked about the Salinas Road widening, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there set asides from FORA funds to take care of that project because that street was within its jurisdiction?
That one's a little bit more interesting because there are some requirements in the development agreements for Salinas. Those are directly related to impacts from the Sea Haven development. So that one is just a little bit different than the other four CFD projects, which are very explicit of the 8th Street, the Habitat, the Del Monte 2nd Avenue extension, and blight removal. So that's a little bit different project than the 4 specific ones.
And Lane, excuse me for interrupting, is California Avenue in that group you just mentioned?
No, California Avenue is in our city impact fee plan. And so from the regular project citywide, they are funding that that widening through the impact fees, transportation impact fees.
Okay, so back to Salinas Avenue, in answer to the Mayor Pro Tem's question, can you review the total cost of that Salinas Avenue widening project? Who's responsible for the cost and what's the timeline for it to be done?
So Brian can help with that.
Yeah, I'll get to the slide here.
Page 50.
I don't have page numbers, sorry. No, it's okay.
Right before the table, tier 1 and 2
Yeah.
fund allocations.
I can tell you part of the problem.
Okay, so it is.
Go ahead, Lane. Were you talking?
Yeah, so Salinas Avenue, part of the problem is it is not in our transportation impact fee plan. And so that's going to have to be made up from general fund resources. This Sea Haven development or a final map, it requires that they are supposed to pay their proportionate share of the cost of that. And those are the two primary sources for funding that.
So it's about a $5.2 million project. The developer is obligated to pay 1.57 million of that, and the remainder the city has to come up with.
So about 3.9 million on our bill.
Yeah, about 3.5 to 3.9.
All right, and the proposed budget here is 1 million.
1 million.
Is that like building up to it?
That's to make sure that we're getting the design done so that we can be poised to go into construction once the funding's identified.
Okay. So is that million even part of the 3.9 million, or is it in addition to the 3.9?
No, it's part of it.
It's part of it.
Yes.
And then the timeline, when we expect that to be constructed?
I expect that we will be working on design over the next, 12 months or so. We'll probably be looking at bidding in late 2024 with construction late to early, 2024, 2025.
So construction in 2025,
Yes.
more or less? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, did that answer your question?
It did, but where I was going with it was have the fees from Sea Haven is where it's coming from, right? Is this from impact or from property taxes? Or HOA, have they already been paying into this?
No, it's part of the conditions of development. They're actually paying directly to the city the $1.57 million.
Have they paid any of this?
They have not paid that 1.57 million.
Money has not
Well-
been set aside in an escrow account or anything else for this?
No,
No,
you get that. That's a fee that the developer pays. It's not the HOA. It's not the homeowners. That's an obligation of the developer.
And Lane, is that tied to issuing building permits?
No, not necessarily. I think it's really going to get tied to the demand for that street. Because like when Carmel Avenue, if it gets opened up as Sea Haven starts to build homes there, the concern is you'll start getting a lot of traffic coming down Reservation Road, and they'll start cutting through Salinas Avenue and then going down Carmel Avenue. Or the people in Sea Haven and Preston Abrams Park, once Carmel's open, they'll come down there, then they'll turn right on Salinas Avenue and go to Reservation and go down. That'll be the quickest way. And that's our concern is once we start getting that traffic coming through there and the roads open, we think that will then become a very busy street, and that's our concern.
So is there a trigger point where we have to build it?
So, the developer is obligated to provide the funding before the end of the phase 4, which is in construction right now.
And then is there a trigger where we have to build it, given
No.
Lane's concerns?
No, I don't think there's a trigger that we have to build it. It's just that development is catching up with us and we need to get the project done.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Kathy.
just on the same issue, if I could. So we have so many projects that either are in dire need or, we would like it to happen more quickly. And this is one where we're looking into the future. And even the development, as it starts to be developed, it's not going to be sold all immediately. And there is an avenue for them, for residents to go on until a certain point. So it feels like, and it's not to say I'm against any of these projects at all, but we have to make some decisions about where to spend our money. And so I'm thinking, it sounds like this is the development dependent. There is an option for travel lanes already, and this is anticipating a higher density of people living in that area. But right now, this road is really not utilized very much at all. So it's really dependent on the dunes development. Is that a correct assessment?
Sea Haven development. I can say that we are already starting to hear from residents on both sides of the fence. Those that want it open, those that don't want it open, unless improvements are made. And I think that pressure is going to continue.
And if we
but-
were to say,
But you are correct. There's nothing that requires us to start construction of that. The only requirement is the developer has to contribute that certain amount. I think that's why we put it in this budget, to at least have it designed and the cost, and have it ready to go, so that when the council gives us direction, when that trigger point needs to be, that at least the design and everything is ready to go.
right, and if they have to give 1.7 million and we need $1 million to start the the plan, right? So we can use $1 million for that to get us started for the design plan, correct?
Correct. And
It
we
doesn't have to come from us.
So I think Lane, Kathy's asking is, can we require the developer contribution now to cover the design 1 million?
Staff has already issued a letter to the developer saying this is their contribution. This is what they need to give the city. As they push back, I'm probably going to have to involve attorneys in that, and how that's all tied in with the development agreements and what our leverage is against them right now. That's a process that will take time.
Could it be a friendly process where we say, let's split the design?
I've tried friendly processes.
So the friendly process is tried in this case, and it hasn't yielded.
It has not yet.
We'll go back to Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments or questions are on the MAP funding and the groundwater litigation. So first with MAP, I just want to clarify that that's the airport program funding, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And with our increased kind of visibility into Joby and other activities at the airport, I guess I wish Matt, our airport manager, was here, but decreasing that funding, I'm still a little confused what that really does. So we still pursue a grant program, but it's only for 1 year?
No, so we still are trying to get into that program. And if we get into the program, it is a 5-year program. And so this approach, it's saying, okay, we're going to get into it. We'll fund the first year, and then the second year, third year, we will need to come up with additional funding. But we didn't want to pull aside the full 3.7 million out of this budget and set it aside for those future years. So we're just kind of saying, okay, we're going to fund year one. But
Okay.
we need to get in the back of our mind that we have the future years that we'll need to fund.
Okay, I think I understand. So we're hedging our bets that we may not get into it, but if we get into it, we're obligated. We're going to find the money somewhere and we're going to spend it.
Absolutely. If we get into that program, it would be crazy for us not to fund that full 10% match.
Okay. And then with the groundwater litigation, can you add a little color as to why we added the extra $1 million?
Yeah, part of it gets to our ongoing revenues. We thought that we would have more ongoing revenues to help cover that, but our ongoing revenues are just really tight as our ongoing expenditures have really gone up in comparison to our revenues, and so we just didn't have enough to pull from that. So we need to pull some more from one-time funds than rely on our ongoing revenues to cover that.
So is that to say it's not necessarily that the expenses are going up, but we need to make sure that that money is available. So we're allocating it, I guess, earlier on. Okay,
That's correct.
that's my only questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala,
Oh, I'm sorry, that was left over.
Okay. Councilmember Visha.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more remark about the previous subject. I already marked, for me, it didn't make sense allocating almost $4 million for a 5-year program in our one budget now. So, but I had a question about the traffic signal ADA upgrades. How do we make sure that this is not forgotten in the next round? Is there a procedure for that?
Well, there already is funding in the capital improvement program for the project. It's just that as we've done the surveys and identified the level of need, citywide is a very large number. What is requested in this is to focus on the 4 intersections in the downtown area that are going to have the highest pedestrian volumes. And so it will always be in the capital improvement program until we have adequate funding to complete the project.
It will be a line item in there.
Yes, it's
Okay,
currently there.
Thank you. I just don't want it to be forgotten. So, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go back to Councilmember Biala.
Just a real quick question. So that, that traffic signal, what number is it on our presentation here? Page, what page?
49.
49. Okay, so that's a 49. Okay. 'Cause there's several things on traffic signals, so I want to make sure I got the right one. Okay, got it. Yeah, because there's another one that says street light replacement, but that's completely different. Okay, thank you.
All right. My questions, comments, this is news to me. I haven't heard of an unallocated 20% recommendation. So I want to be sure that that's completely different than our 20% emergency reserves. Is that correct?
Yes, it's completely different.
Okay, so we've set aside a 20% emergency reserves, and tonight we've heard mention of an unallocated 20% reserve. Is this the first time we've talked about industry practice of having a 20% unallocated reserve?
I don't think I don't know if industry-wide there is a percentage, but I think if you'll look at any city's budget, they'll have tens of millions of dollars set aside in unassigned funds just because for various different projects. Our situation is we have never had the ability as a city ever to build up any type of unassigned funds. The large part of this 22.5 million is because we got some one-time ARPA funds of initially 5.4, they're down to 5.2. We got some Dunes land sales of almost 6.3 million. And then we've built up over COVID in the last 5 years, this unassigned fund balance. But a lot of it is just driven by these unique one-time monies that we've gotten there. But every city, every organization, you'll have an unassigned or unallocated fund balance because you can't operate without any, with every penny obligated.
Okay, the reason I'm confused is because as far back as I can remember, we've always had at least 6 million, usually more than 10 million in an unallocated amount. And it was always troubling because we're sitting on unspent money that's not planned for anything. And we're talking about new or increased taxes now and then. And so it was always a difficult argument to say, give us new tax money, citizens, even though we're not spending all the money that you've already given us. In fact, we've never had less than 6 million unallocated and for many years. I'm talking, 10, 15, 20 years. And so this is my first time hearing about a 20%, sort of recommendation. And I would feel more comfortable than telling the public we have unallocated to allocate it. For example, you mentioned, Lane, some non-emergency reserve potential scenarios. I forget what they were, but it seems that we can anticipate what some non-emergent or natural disaster, I should say, non-natural disaster emergencies. And you mentioned a couple that were more like funding, emergencies, but they weren't like a tsunami or an earthquake or anything like that. So it would make more sense to me if we're sitting on a large amount of unallocated, or even if we want 2 million, that we allocate that 2 million to be toward what we expect to be, a potential emergency that might come up. And then if there's a different kind of emergency, we can pull from that same amount, but to be sitting on unallocated, can you remind us what kind of emergencies we would need the
So-
unallocated 20% for?
If we had any type of lawsuit filed against us, whether it be somebody has a car accident and they blame it on a pothole in the road, and we get sued for that, or branch breaks down in a park. More and more, I'm on a board that represents 140 cities in California, and the cost of lawsuits has quadrupled in the last 4 years of the awards of the lawsuits, and so we're very fortunate in that we have not had lawsuits filed against us, or the ones are nominal. But there are potentials more and more out there for large lawsuits, and that's just a reality that has gotten worse the last 4 or 5 years. And California doesn't have any tort law that puts caps or limits on these, and so that's a recent problem that's getting up there. But we also, just because as a city we really haven't had the ability to accrue a lot of funds. But part of this exercise also is to talk about it. We have projects like when we were talking about the Dune City Park, and the pony leagues came out and they said, look, for years and years and years, we've been talking about ball fields for us, and because we've never had any unassigned fund balance, so we're trying to now put some of these projects out and say, okay, ball fields, this is what it's going to cost. Sports Aquatic Center, we've already identified this. A community started in surveys back in 2010 said an aquatic center is their #1 priority project they wanted the city to put in front of any parks, in front of anything else. And
Okay,
now,
so Lane, I'm going to interrupt you here because you're mentioning things that are not emergencies or unforeseen. You're mentioning things that we can discuss as priorities along with a whole bunch of other priorities, and we can allocate money to those high priority projects that we want to see done. I don't know why we would want an unallocated 20%. It seems like we could plan for it better than just leaving it unallocated. We could allocate most of it to these kinds of projects that you're mentioning that we decide are our highest priorities.
yes, that's the exact discussion that we want to have with council.
Okay. All right. And on the Preston Park fields, which has been mentioned tonight as an example, I would hope that this council would much rather make sure that we maintain in excellent condition the fields that we have, because part of the reason that we need more fields is because they can't use the fields we have as much as they would like to. And so to be putting money into savings to build new fields and not be doing a good job with the fields that we have, which would be a lot less money, maintenance of existing fields in good condition is a lot less money than the many millions it'll cost to build new fields that we can't even maintain what we have. It seems like that's where some money should go first. And then I have a question that's alarming to me, that when we close the roller rink, Water City, staff projected it would take months to maybe a year to reopen it, and that it would be 3.5 million. It's probably been 5 years now. But what's alarming is that we've gone from 3.5 million, and in this staff report, we're hearing $20 million instead of $3.5 million. And city manager and I have had back and forth on email. So I understand what the answer is, but can you address that question for everyone, Lane? Like, how did we go from 3.5 million to 20 million?
Right. I think when, and these are numbers that are coming from our architect. So when we initially started the project, this was probably 5+ years ago, they're estimated $3.5 to $5 million. But as we started going through our community engagement process and and looking at programming it to be able to maximize the revenue that it's going to generate, so it can be a revenue neutral or generate a positive revenue flow. As they looked at some of those programs and talked about some of the different features, and then we were talking about the aquatic center and the sports center and really needing this connector building in between. So as we've gone through a lot of public discussions and public meetings, the project has kind of grown, the scope has grown, but also the costs have probably close to doubled in that time period. And that was, I think, a shock to all of us, but that's just a fact, and that's a reality, that those costs just alone, the construction costs have doubled in that period of time.
20 million doesn't include anything with the aquatic center, just the sports center and the connector building to the aquatic center, but not the aquatic?
So we don't have an exact breakdown of the connector building, the aquatic center, or the sports center. We can work on that. What they gave us was to do everything is $40 million. And that would include all the soft costs, all the work that needs to be done on the outside for the parking, getting all the infrastructure that's needed to the facilities, and all the programming that we wanted. And the total was about 40 million. As we kind of looked through their numbers on our staff, and he said, yeah, it's about that allocation of 20 million. But the 20 million we put for the aquatic and the sports center, that does include the connector building, a 2-story connector building. And I'm not sure what that exact cost is to break that out, but we can do that, because I think probably one of the discussions that we'll have, and we probably just need a separate study meeting, really is to talk about the sports and the aquatic center. And given what the costs are, what are the options that we have? Is it realistic to still try to work on both? Do we want to step back and say, okay, let's just focus on one? Do we want to include part of this in the bond? Do we want to look at funding this from other mechanisms? I think we're just going to need a more in-depth discussion, and we can have the consultants here to give the council more detail.
Okay, so I remain confused about the aquatic center, if it's in the 20 million in part or not. So do we have a ballpark figure, just a ballpark for tonight, of how much just the sports center would cost, not the connector and not the aquatic?
If I was guessing, just the sports center by itself, you're probably around $15 million.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions for Lane before we move back to Brian? Okay, thank you very much, Lane.
Okay, if you could bring up the presentation. Let me try plugging the dongle back in. It's a technical term. Okay, next slide. Okay, the first projects that I'll bring up are in the tier 1 kind of priorities that could fit within that funding. Let me see if this will work now. No? Yeah, it's working now. So the first one is the annual street resurfacing. This is just kind of a recap of what was presented to council a few meetings back, as far as a funding plan to get our overall condition of our streets into that 70 range. Those numbers that are shown on there are not monies that are coming out of those balances that were presented in the first few slides. These are funds that are already kind of allocated in the budget going forward, and aren't included in the funds for consideration for other projects. So that's all coming from the Measure X, SB1, gas tax, general fund, and the bond that was issued for the Measure X to service the debt on. I did add in the Dunes CFD. There are streets out in the CFD that the CFD is paying for that are scheduled to be resurfaced over the next couple of fiscal years. And those were included in that item at the last city council meeting regarding the CFD setting that fee for the next year. Imagine Parkway and Third Avenue traffic signal. This is funding. This is grant funding, completely grant funded. This is the city did a traffic study. This was included in the local road safety plan, and that made us eligible for Highway Safety Improvement Program funding. The city did receive 943,000 and change from the safety program, and then the regional surface transportation program. Our fair share allocation from TAMC is covering the match funding for that, so it's completely grant funded. The HSIP is federal, and the our STIP is state funding.
Thank you.
This one, Del Monte and Beach Roundabout safety improvements. We've had a number of runoffs on that roundabout due to the approach as they're northbound. This is another one that got HSIP grant funding with match through RSTP. So another grant funded, no obligation to the general fund. Del Monte and Reservation intersection improvements. This is one that we brought to City Council a while back when the applications were due. And so the TAMC staff has completed their review. They're recommending this for funding as the second highest scored project of applications across the county. So it's a pretty good chance that we're going to get that $1.7 million for this project. What staff is recommending is the $140,000 match, which is a little over 11% match on that project. So more grant funding coming in. One thing that we'd like to talk about are the speeds in the city. Per the state laws, we have to do an engineering traffic study to establish the speed limits in the city every 5 years. We're coming due for an update on that. And based on our experience last time, we think it's going to require about $75,000. Streetlight replacement. It's kind of like one of those things. People are driving. We have homeless issues that we haven't quite solved. We have gopher and squirrel issues we haven't quite solved. And now we have streetlights that do get hit from time to time. We do collect some on claims, and some of this gets funneled back and is available to allocate to this. We don't always prevail on it, but this is a recommendation for another $250,000 of general fund over the next 2 years to keep going forward with that replacement program.
Mr. Mayor, after each one of the slides, should we address any questions
Hold the questions
until the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would take a long time. And one question would generate some other questions.
Okay, Marina Drive storm drain improvements. This is a project that everybody wanted to tell me about the first day I got here, and it's still with us. It becomes a big issue in the winter when we have rains. We don't always have as wet a winter as we did this last winter, but it is a project, and we need to allocate funds to finally address it, so we can get rid of that the water that does pond there during heavy storm events. $225,000 potential general funding there. Carmel Avenue storm drain improvements, another one of those persistent drainage issues between Zanetta and California, frequent flooding during winter events, another $100,000 potential general fund project. Kennedy Court perk lot drain pipe replacement. We have drainage system around the city. They go to perk lots. This is one where the drainage water is not going to make it to the perk lot unless we replace this pipe that has failed as it's entering the perk lot. So it's a $75,000 maintenance project. California Avenue improvements, Imogene Parkway to 8th Street. There was a question about California in relation to Fora. The Fora project was between Ryan Dollar and Imogene Parkway. That's been completed. The segment from Imogene Parkway to 8th is actually in our impact fee program. So this is $3 million from impact fee, developer impact fees that can be allocated to this project. 8th Street extension, in the general plan, this is a 2-lane arterial it's been completed between 2nd and 3rd. We do need to extend that from 3rd to 5th or California Avenue. The Dunes is in development right now. We need to improve the connections to the south and east for that development and facilitate circulation in the area. That's proposed to be 3.5 million from the Fora CFD. That is a project that was in the former Fora CIP. Imogene Parkway and California intersection improvements. We've already had a number of funds allocated to this project. This is some additional funding. We think we're going to be a little bit short with what's already been allocated to that. This is also important as far as timing. TAMC has secured funding for the Fortag Trail to extend up California Avenue between the Equestrian Center and Patton Parkway, basically, and with the improvements up to Ryan Dollar and slightly beyond. Not that the full trail would extend that far. This is for adding lanes for turning movements. We're kind of limited in the north-south direction right now. And then as well as making improvements to accommodate that Fortag Trail coming through there. And that's impact fees for intersections. Same thing with the Ryan Dollar and California intersection improvements that's identified in our impact fee program to be signalized. Fortag Trail is going to be coming through here in design. To coordinate the design, staff is recommending that we move this project into design as well and have the funds there for construction once that Fortag Trail comes through. And that's $1.2 million of impact fees. You see a lot of these ones coming up in here are maintenance type projects. Some of them are not on the council's priority list just because they're maintenance projects that come up from time to time. Public safety building, HVAC replacement, our public safety staff were really gracious with what they had to do with this last winter, but we don't want to go through another winter without the HVAC system working adequately for them. So it's $70,000 potential general fund funding. Los Herbolas Sports Building deck replacement. We've replaced the portion along the parking lot side where staff access the offices, but there's still the decking to the north and to the east that the public could be accessing and utilizing there. It's a failed wooden decking. Proposal is to go back in concrete like we did on the other sections so we don't have a failure like this in the future. Potentially $100,000 general fund. And this is one area where some of the local service clubs have made donations in the past. So that's something that staff can look into to maybe offset that cost. City Hall and City Council chambers deferred maintenance. You can see the tarps on the roofs here. There's just a lot of maintenance that has gone undone, because we've been looking forward to a new civic center, but there's certain things that just can't be ignored continuing forward. And this is potentially $1 million in general fund dollars. for the two facilities. Building access control and security. There's varying levels of security for our city facilities, but for the most part, not all of our cities are secure for the workers inside, and we don't really have a system for tracking when people come and go. So this would improve access and security and tracking of access to the buildings for city staff. And $250,000 of potential general fund. Fire station 1 and 2 alerting system. I'll do my best. The fire chief's here, but there are systems in place that communicate with the dispatch, countywide dispatch, whenever a call goes in and one of the stations is called out to roll on an emergency. I don't know if you're still using the tone system or so they're still using the tone system that comes across audio, but it can be improved. The speed can improve greatly, and the fire department can get much more data about the actual event that they're rolling out on by going to something that goes through the IP network. This has the whole suite of alerting the station staff, if they're sleeping, getting them up and out, making sure that the building is safe to leave it as is. If they're cooking or something, that stuff, those systems can be shut off. They don't have to worry about a fire at the fire station while they're out fighting fire somewhere else. It communicates information on them, where they're going.
What is IP?
Internet protocol. So it's communication over the internet. The CAD system is communicating directly, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. One of the items that the fire study identified was how long it takes for us to get notified of a call. So when somebody called 911 and wants, police, fire, and ambulance, they don't really care about anything else. They want to pick up the phone, tell you you're there. And it's been identified that we could save 30, 45 to a minute in our response time. And obviously this is not just a city of Marina issue. This is a countywide. So countywide, we're working on to eliminate all that legacy way that we've been dispatching all the years. And as an IP-based system that would notify us, save us 30, 45 seconds, maybe up to a minute, especially on larger items like a structure fire. It takes a lot of page tones. So this is all part of that a countywide project. This will be like the city of Marina's project and really enhances the service to our citizens.
So it's what our city needs to use this countywide system.
Yes. And we would, yes.
Police body and car cameras. This is to record patrol activities. And this is pretty much best practices for any police department in the nation now. We need upgraded systems in place. This is general fund, $760,000. Fire station 1, shower replacement and laundry plumbing. We have some aging shower facilities there for the fire station. Our firefighters, they do live in the fire stations when they're on duty, on shift. And they don't, in fire station 1, they don't have any laundry facilities to do laundry while they're at their home away from home. So this $35,000 the general fund would address those issues. City facilities and parks maintenance plan. As council members have said, hey, we need a more strategic approach to doing maintenance in our parks and facilities. And this would be $100,000 to put that plan together so that we can project out what our maintenance needs and costs are going to be going into the future and adequately allocate the dollars we need today. So we wouldn't need $1 million for City Hall and the council chambers, at some point, like we've done in the past here. Fire Station 2 storage expansion. The Fire Station 2 is utilizing facilities that were existing there when the military operated the airfield. It's minimal at best, and they have a lack of storage space at that Fire Station 2. So what this would do is add a roof between the two shipping containers and provide some additional storage outside the weather for a potential $20,000 to general fund. Airport Police Building painting. The city operates this building as a tenant, so to speak, within the enterprise fund, just like any other tenant out at the airport. And that's why the recommendation is that we allocate $30,000 from the general fund to perform this maintenance as if we were a tenant out there at the airport itself. Dunes Park development. Blaine went over this a bit before. We have funding that's earmarked from the developer coming to this park. We do need some city contribution to that just to even get the first phases moving forward in this. It's proposed that 1.5 million of the general fund be allocated to that so that we could have an initial project of $10.9 million in those first phases of the park itself. And the full build out currently is estimated at 23 million. So,
Okay, Brian, so 8 million approximately from the Dunes developer, 1.5 million here proposed, approximately 10 million. And that would construct certain things that could be used
yes,
by the public.
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
We talked about the Preston Park upgrades. This is not the full expansion that we've envisioned in the parks master plan. What this is for funding to replace existing turf and add a playground. There is no playground out there now, and it's proposed that $1 million of general fund be allocated to this to get the fields back up to a good state of good repair for use by the residents.
Brian, we should also note with that we've already allocated $1 million in our previous budgets. And so if we allocate another $1 million here, that'll be $2 million available really to clean up all those existing fields, put in the playground, and make the existing park usable.
Okay, teen center playground resurfacing, a maintenance item. As you can see, the contrast and the striping is going away on their play surface as they play basketball and stuff. So this is $20,000 of general fund dollars to refresh seal the surface and apply new striping for the play courts. Same thing with Los Arboles court resurfacing. These courts are maintained by the school district, but we do a lot of work in this park in partnership with them. So this would be resurfacing the upper tennis court, resurfacing the lower tennis court, and restriping the lower tennis court for pickleball. And that's recommended that 75,000 of general fund dollars could go towards that project. City's general plan update. There's grant funding that the city's going after, but this would be an additional $750,000 in general fund to complete the city's general plan update over the next couple of years. And this is something that cities have to do from time to time. Windy Hill Park playground upgrades. So this is an existing project, already has funding in it. We think that it's going to cost a little bit more. The cost of restrooms have gone up, as well as our experience with playgrounds, looking at pricing of playgrounds. So we're proposing an additional $250,000 to general fund and $100,000 of park impact fees be allocated to the project. Previously, council's allocated $500,000 in land sales and $250,000 of impact fees to this project. So this would be an additional $350,000. Gloria Jean Tate Park improvements. We've got a great pump track out there. It's just the first piece of that. We're ready to move forward with the completing the park. Recommendation is potential of 3.15 million in impact fees and 3.15 million of general fund dollars to complete the funding for the design and construction of the remainder of the Gloria Jean Tate Park. Payment and registration portals. We need to get into the 21st century on how we conduct business with our residents and introduce systems that people can utilize online and not have to come into city offices to pay for sports programs or conduct transactions. Some of those have been kind of siloed with independent systems, but we need something that's a bit more comprehensive citywide. And it's recommended that $40,000 of general fund money go towards that. Okay. Admin records management system. Staff spends a lot of time on public records requests, and it's very staff intensive. The city needs a better standardized records management system so that records can be located more efficiently, and records could be kept, better than they have been. So it's recommended that about $250,000 of general fund dollars go towards that, and that's going to increase efficiency overall for the city staff's functions.
And also another major part of that project is to get more records online so that the public can have access to a lot of these records. They're either in files or stored away at the courtyard. And so in addition to make us operate more efficiency, part of it is to be more transparent and get more of these available to the public to look at.
They have new roadway vehicle safety cameras. Technologies are available now for a distributed network of cameras at strategic places throughout the city that will help track the movement of vehicles. It's something that the police are using in other communities, and for $130,000 of general fund, we could implement that here in the city of Marina. Police department staffing study. I don't have police here, but I know it's been discussed as a need to determine appropriate staffing levels for police. Oh, there he is. Would you like to speak with me? Sure. Not got behind.
It's the uniform. Good evening. I guess Brian was saying is the staffing study for the police department. It'll generally do what the fire department study did for the fire department, which generally look at the resources, what's needed in projected years for the city. So it'll look at staffing, it'll look at, police officer positions, community service officer positions, the police station, and it generally just does how many vehicles you need and what size police stations you need. It does a survey on the times it takes for officers that are out of the city doing transport. So it'll generally give us a great guideline for project what we need for the years to come for the city.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Highway 1 Imjin Downtown Interchange Project initiation. There's been a lot of focus on the Del Monte extension in the community, and it's a need for the city, but it doesn't really compete well for grant dollars because of the traffic volumes And as we've applied for grants, they're not seeing the connection in the bigger picture. But what it is it's a link in a greater plan to improve access to the city's downtown, as from Highway 1, as well as improve the flow of traffic from Imogene Parkway onto Highway 1. And then connect in Patton Parkway. So, and the future Cypress Knoll. So kind of all that stuff kind of thrown in together. And you go through a process with Caltrans that gets it initiated on their list of projects as a viable project. I think if the city's going to achieve all this sooner rather than later, we need to start this process with Caltrans so that we can start competing for funds and getting in line for that. Because it's, as it is, we're trying to come up with, 10 million plus for a Del Monte extension. It's just, we're not going to be able to compete for grant funds on that one project alone. Equestrian boarding development, we came to council a few meetings back with and discussed meeting with some of the local boarding people with horses in the area and wanting to explore property that doesn't have restrictions against boarding. So there will be some staff and consultant time that will go into that. And this is $50,000 of general fund recommended to cover that effort. Corporation Yard EV charging stations, as we're replacing vehicles and equipment, we want to be looking at electric versions of equipment, and wherever the technology is developed to that extent, we want to be able to purchase those. In a lot of cases, the cost of difference between an electric and non-electric can be offset through grants through the Air District or for 3CE. But we do need a place to charge them. Although the charging stations are eligible for some grant funding, there is a portion of it that we have to come up with as a city. And that's why there's $30,000 proposed general fund for EV charging stations. Same thing with the City Hall Annex. We do have some charging stations there that are in disrepair and are not being used. These are charging stations that were acquired under a grant program, and the city's obligated to maintain them. So this is money to get those back up and operational. Airport map grant. I don't know if is Matt Nelson on. I'll tag out here for a second.
Good evening. Just really quickly, what the MAP program is it sounded like there might have been a question or two earlier. The MAP program is actually completely separate from our typical airport capital improvement program that we do with the FAA. So every year we get grant funding through that program. This is something that's unique to former military air bases, and it's really an economic development tool. So over the course of 5 years, the total grant would be $35 million. Our match would be 10% of that. So that's what this represented. As Lane outlined earlier, we're looking at, I guess, bringing that down a little bit. It really does matter how much money we end up being awarded. If we're only awarded $20 million and the 10% of that. So I think that would be the difference.
Thank you.
Okay, Tier 2, these might have been a little bit lower on the priority listing, but still, could potentially be funded within our funds accumulated. Traffic signal maintenance upgrades. We already have a capital improvement program project for that. We've identified needs that exceed the available funding. And again, we're focusing on the traffic signals in the downtown area, an additional $120,000 of general fund for needed maintenance for traffic signals. And the traffic signal ADA upgrades, we talked about this, that $850,000 of general fund potentially going to add to that existing capital improvement program for ADA improvements of those downtown traffic signals. Salinas Avenue widening, we went over this project, potential funding there for general fund. And so these next slides are just kind of, they list the projects that I've gone over in the tier 1 and 2. It's got the consolidated project list number next to them. And then also on the dais, I included another printout of just the project listing and the consolidated project list numbers. If there is no consolidated project list number listed with the project, it means it's a project that wasn't on the consolidated list. And they're going to be generally, maintenance type projects or some of the efficiency projects that I presented. And so we go through those and looking at drawing it down, and that's kind of how we got that $2.868 million number that Lane went over at the beginning and talked about making some changes to increase that available remaining funds. The Forest CFD funding allocations, we had as I discussed, the Highway 1 engine downtown interchange project initiation with Caltrans, that's $1 million. And then the 8th Street from 3rd Avenue to California, that's $3.5 million recommended to be funded from the Forest CFD. Impact fee allocations, we had a number of projects in the roadways, parks, and intersections recommended to draw those funds down, not completely, but these are the projects that we see as needed at this time to move forward to keep pace with development. And then we get to tier 3, and this is kind of where some of the meat of the discussion, I think, for council is probably going to take place. Just some of the bigger ticket, maybe some of the deferred maintenance, but the ones that aren't going to be easily funded in this round. So I don't know, Lane, do you want to add anything before I jump into the tier 3, or should I just jump into them?
I don't have anything to add, so.
Okay.
Brian, Mayor Pro Tem requests a stop for questions on tiers 1 and 2.
Okay.
Before we get to 3. Is council okay with that? It's been a lot of information. First of all, this is an amazing project list. We get half of these done. It's going to be an amazing chapter of progress for our city. Let's start with Councilmember Biala.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'd be happy to start. I want to go back to starting with some of the improvements relating to the intersections.
Mm-hmm.
My questions are they, do we have to do traffic studies on them? Are the traffic studies already done? And are your prices, are your recommendations for construction?
So the intersection projects, the studies have been done. In a lot of cases, they were identified in environmental impact reports on development or our local road safety plan. So we've identified the scope that's needed. So the recommended funding is for design and construction.
Okay, thank you for that. With a follow-up on that matter, is you are also recommending some speed studies. How are we putting the cart before the horse? If shouldn't we do the speed studies before we do the intersection, or do the speed studies have already been done 5 years ago and now we have to do them again? I'm just wondering, in your line of work in construction, wouldn't you have to do like pre-work before? I'm just a little confused about that.
Yeah, no, the speed studies are related to enforcement of speeds in the city. The intersection projects are identified based on other warrants or triggers for those projects, whether that be traffic volumes or accident history. So it's at the intersection itself, it's not so much about the speeds, it's about the volume and the history there.
Okay, so while we're on that topic, maybe it's easier if we do topic by topic, right? If we have questions on that. If anybody else, I mean, it might make sense just to go topic by topic. Otherwise, we're everywhere else.
Okay, any questions on intersections that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just with the speed study, and this is probably a question for the police chief, but how many LiDAR radar type tickets have we issued in the last 5-6 years?
I can't give you an exact number right now, but most of the officers are LiDAR radar trained, so they go out and they do enforcement with the radar LiDAR. The 5-year study has to be done in order for us to do radar LiDAR. So every 5 years it has to be done, or else we can't use our radar LiDAR guns on the streets.
Do you have any idea ballpark 25, 50, 100, 500?
Over the last 4 or 5 years, I would say a few hundred.
Okay.
With a dedicated traffic officer, I mean, upwards to, 1,000 or more, probably in a year.
Well, I think that gets to my point. I think this council has talked about previously, more enforcement with radar and LiDAR. And so it seems like a lot of money to spend on a traffic study if we're not really utilizing what the benefit of doing a traffic study is, which is enforcement. And if we decided we're not going to do that, then let's not do the traffic study.
Do you agree, Brian, that we are using it based on what we just heard?
I don't know what a city of our size would estimate would be a normal amount of radar type tickets. Seems a little low to me over the past 5 years.
Can I ask a question on that? How low is it? Like ballpark, are the tickets that are being issued for speed 10% LiDAR, 90% LiDAR?
I couldn't give you an estimate, but without using radar, we wouldn't be able to pace anybody in either on Rindall or Carmel Avenue. It's impossible to get a pace on a vehicle by a police car, meaning following somebody. The speed limit's 25 miles an hour. By the time you pace somebody a distance, you can't really issue a citation. But if an officer is sitting somewhere with a radar or LiDAR, you're more likely to do speed enforcement.
Right. So if we pace them a bunch, that's one thing. But if our tickets are only coming 1% coming from pacing or LiDAR, then it may behoove us to keep the speeds low instead of increasing the speeds so we can use LiDAR, which we don't use very much. So I think that would be helpful for our council to know how important is LiDAR being used currently.
It's
I mean,
extreme.
I'm not asking that tonight, but
In my opinion, it's extremely important. Without using radar or LiDAR, we definitely would decrease the amount of traffic enforcement, or accidents would increase.
substantially.
Yes,
Okay, that's important.
yes.
Okay, I think others might have questions on what you brought up, but if you have a question now to keep that going.
Yeah, I have a list of questions on either streets and police, but not specifically on that.
Okay, so how about we go to speed? Does anyone have questions on enforcement and stuff? Councilmember Viola?
Yeah, so my understanding is, and I remember we had a lot of objections from the public about increasing our speed limits throughout the city in order to do LiDAR. So this one, doing it again so that we can use LiDAR, I think that's a moot point because we've already gone through and upped our speed limits because we wanted to use LiDAR. Is that correct?
No, they didn't up the speed limits to use an enforcement tool.
I recall that we did.
They upped it based on the amount of traffic that's going a certain speed. And Brian can probably attest to that, but they do the survey to look to see how fast cars are going. Like for instance, on Imjim Parkway, if the majority of the vehicles are traveling at 60 miles an hour, then they will increase the speed at,
Right.
50 miles an hour,
Which
which
we
why that
did.
increased. Yeah.
Which we did.
Yeah. So if you don't do the survey, then it
Um,
may stay.
Well, I'm a
It
little
might
confused.
lower it now.
Well, I'm confused because we did a survey and then we raised the speed limit. And then we were supposed to use LiDAR because of that survey. So I'm a little confused about why we're saying that we need the study to do the LiDAR. We've already raised our speed limits throughout the city.
Yeah, every 5 years, they want a new traffic study done to allow police officers to do enforcement. I think that's part of the overall idea, is to look at the speed limits within the city. It's not necessarily to do enforcement, but it's to look at the actual speeds in the city.
Mhm. Well, I think that if we don't allocate enough enforcement to the issue of the study, I agree with Councilmember McCarthy, is that what is the point to doing the study? And you're saying it's mandatory, so we don't have a choice about it, but then let's not say that we're going to pursue any changes because of the study, because we've already done it and we have increased our speed limits.
Yeah.
That's my point here.
Yeah, there's no telling that they would increase or decrease the speed limit. It could stay the same, but it would still allow us to do enforcement.
Right, which we've already accomplished, I think.
Right.
Chief, I think that the question they're trying to get at is if we don't do the study within the next 5 years, does our ability to use LiDAR go away at that point?
Yes. Yes. And on those particular streets, some streets within the city don't require to do a survey. So if the roadway is like less than 30 feet, you could still use radar in certain streets like that. It goes by width and things of that nature.
So the unfortunate reality, especially for people like Kathy, is that we have to do the study every 5 years, and that may dictate that we raise speeds, and we'll be in the same predicament, either raise speeds, which we don't want to do, or don't use LiDAR radar, which we might hear later is extremely important because he's estimating it's a substantial number of our tickets are based on pacing and use of LiDAR radar. So unfortunately, we have to go through this every 5 years, which we don't like. But any more, Kathy, on speed? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, can you tell us how many speeding tickets have been given out last year?
In the entire city,
Mhm.
about 2,500.
Okay, so and as a member of the public, how can we find out? It used to be we had to wait for the annual report.
Right.
Has an annual report been
Not-
provided from last year?
Not yet. We were waiting on the annual report because there's something else that has to come along with the annual report, which is our inventory of our military. They call military, but it's the equipment that we use within the city. But that comes right after, and that was just completed by our outgoing management analyst. So before he left, he got that information to me. So that should be coming soon
Thank
to
you.
the
That
council.
explains why I could not find it yet
Yes.
online.
Yep.
Okay, so but I agree with the other council members that we, as a member of the public, we fought to not have those speed limits increased or to limit the increase. And then we were told we have to do this because now we can use radar. So please do use it.
Absolutely.
That's my request.
Absolutely. And when we had a dedicated traffic officer, when the motorcycle officers were out there, they were writing upwards to one person was writing 2,000 tickets a year.
Okay.
It's just one officer. So that was substantial. So it does go to the need of, having a traffic enforcement unit out there.
I might regret that I requested this,
Yeah.
but I still request it. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
I had heard that the 85 or 85th percentile law had changed so that we wouldn't be exactly in the same predicament we've been talking about. Have laws changed that are relevant to this discussion?
As far as traffic, no.
From what I've seen, it's very limited cases in downtown business districts. It's not a blanket change across the board. And it has to do with, I think, number of signals are, within a certain range or something. So it's very specific cases where that can be applied. It's not something that's significantly changed the 85th percentile rule.
Okay, so protocol is the same that frustrates people like Kathy and I and Elizabeth and everyone else. Every 5 years, we got to do this or lose the ability of that sort of that kind of enforcement. So would it affect Reservation Road, this tweak?
We'd have to look at, see if it's even a qualification for that. And when we engage with the traffic engineering consultant, they're going to be well versed in all the rules and requirements for applying these.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question on speed?
Since I have Chief Russo up here, I guess the question I have is what percentage of of moving violation tickets come back to the city? So when you give that ticket, I'm sure it ranges from price depending on infraction. But how much do we get out of that? Do you
Yeah,
know?
there's not very much that comes back to the city when you issue a citation.
Where does it go?
It goes to the state level, roadways and all those different,
So it goes back
yeah,
to,
courts, things like that.
I had no idea. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, back to you.
Yeah, I just want to maybe to close out the speed limit idea. I'm just to be clear, I'm not really wanting not to do a speed survey, but more LiDAR enforcement. I think that if we do that, then when we do the speed survey, people will be going slower and the 85th percentile will be lower and that we can lower, speed limits appropriately. But right now, there's a sense, at least from my perspective, that there's not a lot of enforcement. So there's no incentive to go the speed limit. And that's kind of some of the things that I hear even out in the public, that 10 years ago, Marina was a place where you never sped. And now it's maybe not, that doesn't exist. So yeah, I just wanted to.
Right, so if we want to fund 1 or 2 traffic officers, we would get where you're going. But until we do, we're not like 10 years ago when we had traffic officers.
And so relative to the CIP, maybe we can put it off a couple of years until we are able to fund
We'll put off the study.
the study itself. Because it's not required, as Councilmember Biala said, it's only required if we want to use LiDAR, right? And so we could not do the study and actually set the speed limits much lower is my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong, but
No, you wouldn't be able to arbitrarily set speed limits. It
well,
has,
not arbitrarily, but we could set them lower, right? I mean,
no, it would have to be done through an engineering traffic study.
so you're saying we do have to do the study no matter what?
Yes, to change speed limits in the state of California. Yes.
Okay, so if we had never done the one last cycle, then we could have had the lower, so we're taking a risk then. Again, I think my point is still valid. We could not do the study and not risk having to raise them if we're not going to do the LiDAR enforcement, if we don't have the traffic officer. So it's just something I think council needs to think about. How important is it and what's the right timing to do a new study? If I may, Mayor, I'll move on just to reservation in Del Monte, because I had heard you say, wow, when that was mentioned, that it was picked as one of the top priorities from TAMC, or the transportation agency. And so I think that's evidence that even if we don't qualify for this grant, of just how important that intersection is. And so that just really stood out for me. Can I go on to streetlight replacement?
Yeah, I was wondering if others had questions on the intersections. 'Cause you
Okay.
brought up intersections and Mayor Pro Tem said, hey, can we talk about things as they come up so we don't have to keep coming back to them? So does anyone have questions about those 4 intersections where they're getting ADA and then also signal upgrades?
A different intersection.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the Indian and California Avenue, there will be a dedicated right turn lane coming from.
There will be additional lanes. So you have, as you're heading southbound California, be a right turn lane, and then there'll be a left through lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because the drawing was not very clear.
Yeah. Mhm.
Of my mind. But thank you.
All right, yeah, Brian, those changes, improvements, will they make the $44 million IMGN to IMGN or reservation to IMGN road improvements? Will it sort of support improvements? Because people are saying, okay, you're going to fix it to IMGN road, but what about California? And so does this?
Yes, it's actually, it will improve things on California Avenue is what it's kind of focusing on, that left and through turn as you're on California, making the intersection with IMGN.
Okay.
So it will improve the traffic on California.
Okay, so the $44 million IMGN Parkway improvement
Oh,
and the California IMGN Parkway improvement that we're talking about now will help improve traffic issues through California coming from reservation.
oh, so you're talking about the IMGN Parkway widening.
Yeah, that $44 million project stops at IMGN Road. And people are saying, well, what are you gonna do about California Avenue where we have existing problems?
Yeah.
And can we then say, well, we're addressing those too?
Well, I mean, to the extent that we can synchronize the signals, we don't have a project to synchronize the signals just yet. But that's something that would probably be needed to improve the flow through there.
Okay, so synchronization of California, adding Third Avenue signal, synchronization of Second Avenue.
Yes.
That will connect to the IMGEN project and make it all better than if you didn't do those. And then these California that we're talking about now, IMGEN improvements, is that going to increase the flow or safety along the corridor?
I couldn't say really that it's going to improve the flow along the IMGEN corridor, but it's going to help the queues on California.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the point is to reduce congestion, parking lot, traffic, what'd you call it? Sorry.
The queues.
The queues.
Yeah.
It's going to reduce the queues of people waiting to turn off of California.
Yeah,
So-
because the way it is now, most of the traffic is wanting to make right-hand turns, but if you get enough queued up that are waiting to go straight, well, the people can't make the right-hand turn when there's an opening in the traffic.
Got it.
And it backs up on California.
Okay. All right. On the 4 intersections, back to what Brian brought up, what are the 4 intersections?
So,
Downtown Reservation?
yeah. I'm gonna mess it up if I don't read
I
here.
think it's slide 48, but you don't have the numbers.
So there's the IMGEN and Third Avenue where a new traffic signal is going in. There's the Del Monte and Beach roundabout improvements. Then there's the Del Monte and Reservation improvements. And then it would be the Carmel IMGEN. Those are the 4 that we're talking about.
Oh, I thought we were talking about something totally different
No,
downtown.
it's well, from the intersection there, Reservation and Del Monte is in the project that's
Okay,
grant funded.
Reservation Del
So
Monte.
the next one east, basically following the signals east to
So Crescent?
not Crescent, the DeForest intersection.
Okay, so
It's more the-
Reservation and Del Monte. The
Can we get the
forest.
page numbers on those?
Yeah.
It's
please?
slide 58 or 48.
48 is what now?
It's the 4 traffic signals that we're talking.
I know, but which one is on page 48? You said 49 is what, which one?
Well, that's what we're asking because it doesn't list them.
Oh, let's see.
So Reservation Del Monte, Reservation DeForest. And what
Yeah,
else?
And then the 2 in between,
Seacrest and
Seacrest.
Crescent? Did you say Seacrest?
Seacrest, not Crescent, the one between. Gosh dang it. If I can
Vista
pull
del
up-
Camino?
Vista del Camino.
Okay, so Vista del Camino, Seacrest, DeForest, and Del Monte Boulevard crossing reservation, those 4
Yeah,
intersections.
well, the DeForest is actually, it has that signal at McDonald's as well. So that would be included in that.
So is that 5 total then?
No, the 4, because the Del Monte and Reservation is in the grant funding. So it's the 4
Okay,
east of that.
so cross out, the 4 don't include Del Monte Boulevard.
No.
They include DeForest, Seacrest, Vista del Camino,
And
and the McDonald's that have a
McDonald's.
name
yeah,
that connects the Goodwill to McDonald's. That one.
yeah. Mhm.
So those are the 4 we're talking about to get traffic signal maintenance. And then when you talk about upgrades, what are the upgrades?
Well, the signal equipment in the cabinets is pretty dated.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're working with some pretty old technologies
Okay, so those electrical boxes will get something inside that's better.
as needed. Yeah.
Okay. And then the ADA improvements, we're talking for pedestrians?
Pedestrians, push buttons located where they're supposed to be for accessibility, as well as ramp improvements. A lot of the ramps on those intersections need to be improved to the latest ADA standards.
Okay, that's all I had for intersections. Does someone else have questions about those 4 intersections, Mayor Pro Tem?
On the ADA, is there any grant funding available for that? Is there anything that comes down from the state? Is there anything? I mean. just-
I can't say that there is, because it's
People
something that's been a
look into it?
requirement. Well, we track funding, grant funding on roadway projects pretty closely and, you know, what becomes available to people. It's one of those things where it's been a requirement for so long and there may have been funding initially when those requirements went in place. But you get far enough down the road, the expectation is that cities or agencies have made those improvements or they're incorporating them into projects as they implement them.
What about next round Measure X money?
The Measure X was particular projects that were identified for the voters. And then there's local fair share or a local share of Measure X.
So I think the next round would be the money that we get every year from Measure X that we can use on maintenance. We could put that wherever we want.
Our
Right now-
Measure X is pretty much dedicated to street maintenance right now. And what is happening with our street maintenance program is whenever we have something greater than a slurry seal, if we have at an intersection, we don't have ADA ramps, we are putting them in as part of our street program. So in essence, yeah, a portion of the Measure X is going towards that as well as the gas tax and the general fund that goes into our street maintenance program.
Right, but there's a lot of discretion there where we put our street maintenance dollars. If we wanted to do some ADA upgrades with that same money, we could if we wanted to. I'm not saying we do want to.
Well, yeah, council would, it would potentially upend our street maintenance
Right.
program.
It would
Yes.
definitely up, yeah, right. But theoretically, we have discretion over some of those funds if we wanted to do more ADA. When she's talking about the next round of funding,
Mhm.
every year we get Measure X funding and every year we're putting it into street upgrades, but we don't have to.
Well, we do have to do the bond debt service with it, which obligates, you know, I don't know, about what, 2/3? I think about 2/3 of the Measure X funding. The remainder of that we've been allocating towards the actual streets that have been selected.
Thank you for that. If there's no more questions, maybe we move on to his question about lighting.
I forget where you were, Brian.
Lighting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to,
Oh yeah, your 5 minutes is up.
yeah, all my questions don't have to be the ones that we follow up on, but I definitely have a list if you want me to continue.
Yeah, let's round robin it
Okay.
like we do. Councilmember Bishop? Do you have other questions that you want from that cover what Brian covered?
I do, in no particular order?
Yeah.
Just- Okay. So yeah, streetlight replacement, $250,000 over the next 2 years. Do you have a list? Do you know how many there are missing or will this be sufficient?
We had a list that we were working through. This is equivalent to what we put into the last 2-year budget. And a lot of that went to procuring the lighting equipment. We had supply chain issues, so we focused on getting the equipment in hand. So a portion of this will be going to installing those lights. And I think we had a good dozen lights. We installed 2 or 3, I think, of the more decorative lights at the roundabouts themselves. So we have a number that have to be installed. And then it's something that does happen from time to time. I think we had Councilmember McCarthy became aware of one that happened recently. So, you know, it's going to be an ongoing thing. We try to recover through claims, but we do have having this funding available means that we're not waiting for the claims process to catch up.
Yes, because there are quite a few missing, I mean, that I'm aware of. So I hope to see them replaced soon. Have you been successful getting insurance money through the claims?
I'd have to check with our risk manager and the claims and where that is. We submit the costs on the public works end, they go pursue it, and it's not set up to where we see it come into a particular account for us. So it's handled
Just
more in
comes
the
back in
general
there.
fund.
It would be interesting probably to see.
Elizabeth, do you mind if we continue with streetlights? Because it's been
Yes.
kind of a.
Yeah, sorry,
popular-
yeah, I am going to long.
No, do you
So
mind
only
if we-
streetlights? Oh, no,
if
no.
We talk about streetlights
Yeah.
now that you brought it up.
Totally fine, yes.
Do others have questions, comments about streetlights? Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, so as Brian McMillan mentioned, I mean, we lost another streetlight on the 2 roundabouts, Lake Drive, Reservation Road, just today. And I think since that road was redone, my count is maybe 6 or 7 of those have been hit, maybe more. Does that sound about right?
I don't know, it sounds like we're replacing some of them repeatedly, but I think we had 2 or 3 that went in with this last round that we replaced.
So I've made this comment before, but I'll make it again. I mean, there's a wives' tale that, and it's not true, but people say the definition of insanity is doing things over and over again and expecting a different result. And I'm really concerned about this stretch. We lose a light, at least every year. And it's costing us a tremendous amount of money. So I'm just wondering if a different approach at some point it is in the cards. Whether that's just removing some lights altogether and not replacing them. It seems like there's a lot there to begin with. But I'm just really worried about that stretch. And then the last thing I want to say about the streetlights is my pitch for night sky. Since we're replacing them so frequently, I think there's some real opportunities to evaluate the light signature, especially those that are right near Lock Padden Lake. We don't need to light the lake if we don't have to. And so I'd love to continue the discussion about night sky, maybe not tonight, but I think there's still a lot of misconceptions from both the staff's perspective and the public's about what that really means and what the value is and how we can achieve that. So.
Yeah, that's a great discussion topic for a future meeting, but specifically to answer some of your comments tonight, Brian, if the roundabouts themselves have lights that are being hit by drunk drivers or speeding drivers, is there a possibility that we could move the location so they're not in as much of a harm's way of being hit?
I would say, yeah, there's some ability to move them slightly. We do want to light certain aspects of the roundabout for visibility. And it's something that we're looking at going forward as, we know kind of where the runoff areas are on roundabouts. And those are the places that you don't want to be putting streetlights.
Okay, so it's not as simple as putting a big boulder in front of a streetlight that keeps getting hit.
No, we try not to put immovable objects in there. We want people to be able to run off and lose speed and energy,
Okay,
in
so
a-
that's
in a
part of the
safe
plan
way.
is like
Yeah.
a runoff area. So having a light in a runoff area is probably not a good idea either.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Okay, so there is room to try to change the lights so they're not in runoff areas that are predictable.
I would say that it would be a small project with some level of design engineering.
That's a great
get
point,
the-
Brian. So it's slightly off this subject, but really important. Next to one of those lights is a park bench that was recently hit, like destroyed. So I'm glad, hopefully, nobody was sitting on that bench, but insanity to put that sitting bench back where it was and maybe have it get hit when someone's on it. Do you know specifically what the plan is for the replacement of that bench? Is it to put it back and hope for no repeat, or is it to do something a little different so that we don't feel responsible if someone gets hit on it and we put it back knowing it was in harm's way?
I would say I'll look into it. We should not be replacing that bench in the same location,
Okay,
especially if it's in kind of a runoff area.
okay. All right, any more questions on streetlight, Councilmember Biala?
So on Patton Parkway, that's a kind of a route to the high school. And I know that there's at least 2 that have come down, and I think it's been years. I kind of see that as been down for 10 years and maybe longer since I've been here. So they are also, it looks like a more expensive light that they put some thought into a design instead of just your regular street light. Do we have those to put up, or now do we have to put a mismatched 2 things if we decide to put them on?
It's probably one of those ones where the exact match may not be out there. And so I think I can have opinions about that, but I think Cobra Head street lighting is fairly efficient as far as getting light on the street. But Patton Parkway has the more decorative street lighting.
Okay, so when it came down, it wasn't stored. It was the ones that got knocked down.
Yeah, the poles themselves generally are beat up pretty well when they come down.
Okay.
So are those Patton Parkway lights included in this budget piece?
Yes, I would say they are. I think that's part of the problem is trying to locate those, a suitable replacement for them.
Okay, and then you mentioned that we don't always prevail on streetlight loss. and maybe our city attorney or you could answer, why isn't it as simple as you run over our street light, we're gonna file a claim and we're gonna win?
That's not really
Okay.
kind of
Do you know,
my
Heidi?
area.
Well, I think there could be comparative negligence. You can always make a claim for why you're not at fault for something, right? It could be design. I haven't personally looked at any of those claims. I haven't reviewed them, so I'm not, and I don't know the outcome.
Okay,
But the law isn't always about right and wrong or justice.
all right. So who do we find out about that? Who handles our claims?
We could talk to Risk about that. If you want
Hmm.
information, we can.
Yeah,
bring that.
so they're contracted lawyers that handle those tort claims?
Well, the city has insurance coverage, and so that typically doesn't go through the city attorney's office, so I haven't seen those, but
Okay, so if we're repeatedly losing our attempt to recoup losses due to, what we think of as irresponsible driving, how would we as a city or a city council know that that's happening, that we're not getting success? And how would we know why we're not being successful?
Well, I can answer that, Mayor. So all these claims, they do go through Ambasia, our insurance provider, and they do have attorneys that are signed to go after and collect every traffic accident where city property is damaged. And so I can tell you 100% of those claims, we go after it. There are a surprisingly large number of uninsured motorists that you can't collect anything. We can get some data on the percentage of that, but I can tell you that they have assigned people to go after every claim and to collect whatever reimbursement we can.
All right, Lane, if I'm an uninsured motorist and does that mean I can damage property and you can't come after me?
You can, well, Heidi can jump in on that.
through the mayor, the person would have to have assets to seize.
Uh-huh.
And they
Okay,
may not. I mean, if they can't afford insurance, then maybe they don't. So again, I don't have that information, but it's something that we could bring back.
yeah, okay. I think the council and the public would say, if you're uninsured, what are your other assets? And have we tried to get those? And if we haven't tried to get those, then the public would tell us, and we would probably agree that we don't do enough to recoup loss.
Typically, again, I haven't seen them, but I know for our firm, for example, if you have a judgment, you're going to try to satisfy the judgment, and it may be a levy on bank account or property. And I would imagine that the city's insurers are doing the same thing, but I don't have personal knowledge, but that's the way it works. Not many attorneys are going to walk away from a satisfaction of a judgment.
Okay. So Lane and staff, can city council get some kind of report in the next 3 months about what our history is and process is to try to recover, and where the weaknesses are and how are we doing?
Yes, we can absolutely do that.
Okay. Any other questions on streetlights? Okay. Elizabeth, do you want to continue?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. My question is, uninsured motorists, will they get a ticket when they are caught damaging a streetlight?
Yes, everybody gets a citation if they're don't have insurance at the time of the collision. A lot of the collisions are actually either a hit and run collision, so the officers have to do an investigation to find that driver. But when we take an accident, it goes through the process, and the police report goes to the risk management and starts the process of trying to recoup our funds from these lights and anything else that's damaged, like signs and things of that nature.
Chief, you mentioned, we've mentioned cameras tonight. Do other cities have cameras at high frequent problem intersections and use them to help find suspects?
Yes, and the egress and into cities and ingress, most of the cities surrounding us, if not all of them, all have the cameras that we have been talking about, and they're primarily used for solving crimes.
Okay, so that's egress and ingress
Yes,
into the city.
yes,
Do those cities who have cameras also have them at high frequent intersections?
Yes.
For problems like this to be able to
Yes.
help police?
yes.
Okay. Does our camera proposal tonight include any at intersections, or is it just portals to the city?
It's 20 different cameras at high flow traffic areas where those evidence-based cameras would be located.
And is that for this kind of problem, or is it to find out when someone makes a crime where they're going?
It's for any type of a problem that can help us in any investigation.
More questions on street lights before we move on? Do you have other topics right now? Yeah. We've taken most of your time and it hasn't been you.
Okay, thank you. So I do have just 3 examples to show why we need a long-term maintenance plan. Because page 14, the drain pipe, you know, how many more drain pipes are there of similar age that might be failing?
Can we stop there and ask that question?
Yeah, oh, you would like an answer? Do you know or not?
Most of the pipes that we have inherited from the birth of the city were county type pipes, the corrugated metal pipes, affectionately referred to as corroded metal pipes. So,
Yes.
yeah. So
So we can expect other failures at the.
well, and
83.
we are finding them particularly over more of the Abdi Cardoza area. We do have funding in the CIP to begin televising those lines because we've had a couple failures over there already. So it would be a program of kind of working our way through the city with that type of survey.
And to reserve funds for that.
We have
I
the
see.
funds for the first neighborhoods. Yes.
Oh, okay, yes, yeah, thank you. And then the page 19, the HVAC units, same thing, you know, it needs to be replaced, $70,000. How many more HVAC units does the city own that might need to be replaced at some point?
Depending on the building, they may be multiple in the building. These buildings have smaller HVAC units distributed around. This public safety building has the larger package units.
So do we have an inventory and time frame when we
Yes.
might expect to replace?
Well, no, I don't say that. We do have maintenance staff that they know where all the HVAC units are in the city, but we don't have one that's kind of tracked the history of that and where we are in relation to maintenance.
Yeah, just to show how important it is to get a program, to get it all inventory.
Mhm.
So I was at in English, to get an inventory, like, that's easier. And page 28, painting that one building, you know, the airport police building, suddenly like, oh, it needs to be painted. Yes, when does it need to be painted again? How many years will the paint last?
Mhm.
And we need to get it in a system that it won't be a surprise again for us or future council. Yes, and last question, I think, no, almost minute. The EV charging stations, so one page was about installation and the $30,000, and then the repairs for the other ones, $20,000, which is not a big difference. How many charges are we talking about?
I'd have to look when I talked to the air district about it. I don't recall the exact number. It's maybe 2 or 3 up at the corporation yard.
There's
I
2 at
think
the annex down,
Yeah.
right down the hill here,
down here.
and they each have 2. So there's 4 chargers, but 2 podia.
So, and how often do we need to spend $20,000 on them to keep them working?
Mhm.
Have they been non-operative for several years?
Yes.
So does it make sense to spend 20 to fix them, or does it make sense to spend 30 to replace them with new?
Well, the thing is, since it's a replacement, we're not going to qualify for the grant funding on them. So it's kind of one of those things where we probably have to fix them. Otherwise, we're going to get new ones next to ones that don't work. And,
Okay.
how far are we going to go down that road?
Okay, I think before you go on, did someone have questions about this? Councilmember McCarthy?
Just in terms of the charging, at a recent AMBAG meeting, there was a presentation on how Walmart has a direct line of funding, grant funding for charging stations. And since we happen to have a Walmart in our city, I think it would be great if somebody reached out and tried to coordinate with them to get us on the list of places where charging stations might be. And I think that has a couple of benefits. One, the charging stations we have are, I assume, 220 versus the DC type charging stations that they might put in at a Walmart would charge much faster. City staff could certainly use them just like any other member of the public. So that's kind of my comment there. Actually, it's a little bit more than a comment. I'd like to see if staff would be willing to help facilitate that, reaching out to Walmart and see, if we're on the list, if that's even on the local store's radar. I think it'd be a huge benefit to our city.
Yeah.
Lane or
we-
Brian?
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
And that was my only comment about charging.
You do have another comment?
No, that was it. I do have questions about cameras. We haven't really addressed that, right? I know you kind of spoke about that a little bit, but
Yeah, let's do the charging.
Okay.
Sorry, I asked the camera question. but
okay.
Do you have a charging
I
question?
do, and the way that the conversation's was going was charging and maintenance and a little bit of facilities. So maybe the next conversation goes into facilities. But my question is for the EV chargers, do we charge? Like, so I can understand the ones at the courtyard are for use for staff, but does this annex one, do we charge? Is there an opportunity to make money?
I wasn't here when those were put in, but under the grant programs, that probably has some stipulations as to, whether it can be charged,
Yeah,
to the
they-
public or not.
They were for a fee and then they quickly became non-operational.
So I guess some of my point is going to be towards if we do move ahead with the EV charging, I'd like to see some policies around this. I'd like to see who can use it and when they can use it. And a jurisdiction that I do know of, employees were using to charge their own vehicles, private vehicles on the city's dime. So I want to make sure we have a very clear policy, and I want to see if we could possibly, if it's going down the line, any sort of cost maintenance cost and any cost recovery, any, I'd like to see if we can charge for it so that we can maintain it and be part of the maintenance plan.
Mhm. And it might be an employee benefit that they get to use them, but that we know how much it's costing and it's transparent.
Right. And with technology now, all you need is technology has changed so much. So it just makes it so much easier. I would just hate to see us I'm always looking at the energy bills. Those energy bills
Mhm.
quadruple, and we haven't budgeted for that.
Okay, anything more on charging? Councilmember?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more request. When you talk to Walmart or somebody talks to Walmart, please ask for Electrify America chargers. New EV car owners get usually 2 years or even 3 years for free. We drive to Watsonville, to Salinas, and to PG to get our free charges. And then I shop there when I'm there. So if we can get the new EV owners here. So, and I know many Walmarts have EV chargers, have Electrify America. So just a suggestion. That lures the new EV owners to Marina.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any more, Kathy, you have anything on chargers?
Not specifically, but on what she brought up about the maintenance plan, I'd like to just make a comment about that. We have been talking, and Councilwoman Fisher has been the champion of long-term maintenance plans. And I think that if you look at the list on our CIP, that if we had a maintenance plan in effect, I would say more than half of these things wouldn't even have to come to this dais. It would be part of an ongoing plan. So already you need to request X amount of dollars every year to cover all of the things on this plan that are going to come due. And that's all we need to know. You guys know exactly what you'll have the inventory and all of that. And so we won't have to be sitting here saying, well, how much is this 20,000 dedicated to EV chargers? How about the maintenance for that? We won't have to say we're going to put X amount of dollars in painting an airport. I mean, we'll trust that this plan has been approved, and whatever you request is on the plan, and that's all we need to know. And so I think that that's a really valid expense for us I think, did we say it's 100,000 for that? I think that that's critical. It will take out so much of what we're trying to do and talk about. And, and I do want to remind everyone that we have to come to a decision tonight about the big items that we get to in this CIP budget. I think EV charging is great to discuss, but that's $20,000. I would really like us to really focus on the big ticket items, and the parks are huge. They're the huge. I hope we get time to talk about that. And so I just want to say that our time would not have to be spent on all of these things if we get a long-term maintenance plan.
Brian, can you give us your thoughts on the maintenance plan that the elected officials have been talking about? I mean, apparently we don't have it. And we really don't know what we're talking about, except that it makes sense to have some kind of maintenance plan that we can't see today. It doesn't exist in the form that we could look at. So what is your opinion on producing a maintenance plan?
You know, I think the example we have is our fleet replacement program right now. And a lot of these facilities replacements or equipment replacements follow a lot of the same principles. And so, you know, we have that model for us, and it does make sense to be able to predict when these things are needed and to be able to allocate adequate funding for maintenance that's anticipated as opposed to being reactionary.
Yeah.
So your opinion is that it would be a good thing for the city to have a document that everyone could see. And
Yes, I would say it is, and it would make my job a lot easier.
okay. In your opinion, would that document include little things like there are 10 trash can enclosures at Lock Madden Park? There are 6 at Los Arbor Sports Complex, assuming if it was our property, which is school district, but you know, those kinds of things, do they fit into that document in your opinion? Or are they too small?
You know, I'd have to see, you know, as we get into it, you know, how much you can get for 100,000. It may be something more, maybe it's not specifically to that number, but hey, you need a plan for X number of trash cans to be replaced citywide or something like that.
Okay. Okay. Elizabeth, do you mind if we turn it over to another for now? Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Viola if you have general questions and other stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to focus on the park issues, and there's basically 3 of them here. And, you know, we're talking about, you know, a lot of money here. So there's the Dunes Park, and there is the Gloria Jean Tate Park, and then there is the Preston Park. So I'd like to be able to talk, and possibly the MEA portion for stabling horses. That's not a park necessarily, but it's along the same lines. So if we could start with Preston Park.
What
And
page?
this is on page 30. So this is $1 million, and we've already committed $1 million prior to. And see, the Dunes is $1 million, and Gloria Jean Tate is 3 million. Maybe we ought to start with Gloria Jean Tate Park because it's 3 million as opposed to the other 2 parks are 1 million.
It's actually like 6.3 million. Gloria Jean.
Yeah, okay. So let's start with Gloria Jean Tate Park first and go in order of, you know, the price tag for these things. So we already have this beautiful pump track, and there are other elements to it. And I don't recall what we were saying in terms of phasing in, but maybe there's a way we can consider if we already know we have a tight budget. So we're going to have to omit something out of this list that we know, right? And if there is a way in which we can shave off some of the expense this funding cycle so that maybe we don't do some of the areas. I'm just thinking the playground probably is a good thing to maintain. And I don't know separately how much that would cost. And since we don't have any dog parks in Marina, maybe doing the dog park. And then the other pieces, maybe we wait on that until on the next cycle.
I think that's it. I think those are the 2 main projects left.
Okay. Oh, okay. So isn't there some kind of sports field? I don't remember what else was on here, but isn't there some other stuff, or is that just it?
I think that's phase 2.
So I think maybe Lane can chime in a little bit, but I think, you know, as we were thinking about pulling these together and saying, okay, if we threw that 6.25 million at a different park, say the Dunes Park, it still wouldn't get us there. If we threw that at Preston Park, it still wouldn't get us there. But the Gloria Jean Tate Park, here's an opportunity where we can fully fund it and get one of the projects, the parks off the list.
And part of it was more than that. You know, we're building a lot of new parks in the new developments, and in our existing city parks, which are primarily Gloria Jean and Windy Hill, have largely been ignored. And as we went through our public meetings and our open houses and met with our Recreation and Cultural Services Commission, part of the input was, you know, all the money can't go into just the parks for all the new people moving in, and we really need to improve the existing parks for the core part of Marina. And so that also plays into the strategy is we need to fix up the existing core parks. And because part of it is impact fees, and half of it is impact fees, and Gloria Jean does qualify for that part. So it made a lot of sense to allocate that $3 million or a little bit more than $3 million of impact fees towards that. And then the question becomes, how much is appropriate from the general plan?
General plan or general fund? Lane?
Sorry, general fund. Thank you. The playground there is old, needs to be replaced, and the pump track was a great addition. But the other things are just to really start making the park functional again. The dog park would be a great amenity for that part of town, and clean up the open field there and put in some of the other amenities really will provide a nice park for that whole area of Marina. Because when you look at it, that services a large part of the core part of Marina, and those have just been neglected for a long period of times. So that also played into why we're proposing just to finish that whole park.
And Lane, can you mention what the other elements are besides a dog park and a playground at that park?
I think there's a basketball court, pickleball court, bocce court, continuation of walking path trails. Part of it is our gateway to the city. So it's cleaning up that gateway entrance and making a nice entrance into the city. Brian, do you have a slide?
The one we have is not the latest up there. It's evolved a little bit since then.
Okay, let's
But-
go back to Councilmember Viola.
Yeah, so, you know, that park, because of the pump track, I think is attracting a lot of regional people. It's not necessarily all from Marina. And I want to ask you this kind of crass question, but I think it says to me a lot. Of the playgrounds that are in disrepair, you say that the Gloria Jean Tate Park playground is in poor condition. What is the condition of the Preston Park playground? And what is the condition by comparison to all of the ones? Are some of them still, is one or two of them still usable, but one is really bad? I mean, I haven't frequented, you know, the playgrounds myself because I don't have children that young, but I have grandchildren in another city, which I know playgrounds are really critical. I would go stir crazy if I didn't have those parks to take these 3.5 and a 1.5-year-old. So I know how important it is for young families. But if we're going to sink our monies into the Gloria Jean Tate Park because we want to finish one park, I don't think that's fair. I think that we have to look at throughout, you know, the city. And if we've already taken down so many of the
Pocket playgrounds.
yes, in Preston Park, and we only have one left, why are we going to choose Gloria Jean Tate Park over that when they have tremendous?
So the proposal is not to, for the playgrounds, there is no playground at Preston Park right now, but in this funding, as we mentioned, there's $1 million at Preston Park already, recommending another $1 million that would put a playground there.
Yes.
Windy Hill Park, there was money in there for a playground.
Yes.
We're saying it's going to take a little bit more.
Right.
So that in this recommendation, there's money for a playground there.
Right.
So all three of them are
Well-
proposed to get replaced playgrounds.
Right, but I'm saying that we're gonna have to shave off something from the budgets. And, right, because we're saying, right, sitting right now, we don't have enough money for everything on this CIP list, right? That's the hard decision that this council has to make. Where
So-
are our priorities and what do we shave off?
Go ahead,
Well,
Lane.
I think what we're saying is we have funded everything on this CIP list here. And what we have remaining of what we're proposing here, if we take off the 3 million and not allocate it to the map is we're funding all these projects and we have over $6 million not yet allocated. So,
Okay,
we are funding everything and so we don't necessarily need to shave anything from these projects, but we just want to make the council aware that additional new projects, if we want to put in $10 million of new soccer and baseball fields, we don't have money set aside for that. We don't have money to set aside the completion of the Dune City Park. But we are focusing on all of our core existing parks. Now, one thing that I haven't talked about that is probably good to have in our back pocket to understand is when Dunes takes down phase 3, which could be end of this year, first part of 2024, we will get another land sale payment, and that will be somewhere between $13 and $15 million. We don't have that, so we haven't yet projected it into any of these things. But if you're in the back of your mind trying to figure out, okay, how do we start to set aside some money for these other projects? We do have one more land sale, and that will be our last land sale.
and when will that be, Lane?
They are moving forward with their phase 3 pretty quickly. They've already taken down all the blight, and so they're
Next
working.
year?
Yeah, I think the early part of next year they could be taking that down.
Okay, so Lane, if that 13 million happens the way just described, that's in this 2-year budget.
We have not included that in there just because things could happen, things could change. But I definitely want to make the council aware that as you're thinking about these long-term decisions, if all things continue as planned now, there should be an additional 13 million. But yeah,
Okay, Lane,
budget.
if our best guess is that we will get a $13 million payment within 2 years, it seems like this budget should consider that sort of as an expected contingency where we don't depend on it because it might not happen, as you mentioned. But if it's more likely to happen than not, it seems prudent to consider a $13 million revenue in what we might do with it should we get it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Kathy, you want to
Yeah,
continue?
I want to clarify. So you said we would have problems funding the soccer and baseball fields. Are you talking about Preston Park or the Dunes City Park? Which ones are you talking about?
All of the above.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all above.
So Kathy and Lane and everyone, can we go to the tables so we can talk about the parks numbers? Table 51 through 53 was the tier 1 and 2 general fund allocations, Matt. Page 51, that table that summarizes everything. So on that page 51 that you're showing on the screen right now, it has Gloria Jean 3 million, and that includes a playground. Is that correct, Brian?
That's correct.
Okay, and then below that, you have Preston Park rehab, repairs, playgrounds. What's included as far as playgrounds there? Is it one playground or multiple playgrounds?
One playground near the fields.
Is it a rehab of an existing or is it installation of a new one?
Installation of, there is no playground there now.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
and then Windy Hill, I think, is on the next page.
But you missed the Dunes Park.
What's that?
You missed the Dunes
Oh,
Park.
I'm sorry, Dunes Park,
It's 1.5.
the 1.5 Dunes Park, does that include a playground?
Yes, that would include the all ages, all abilities, the playground that we were gonna.
8-inch
partner-
treehouse? what
Yes,
we've
we're
called
gonna
it.
partner on.
And the
That's
soccer-
part of the
well,
1.5 million?
Our portion of it, yes, would be in that, along with the Dunes funding
And
that's
that was
coming.
baseball and soccer too.
I don't know that we'll be able to get those fields in that first 10 million.
So that's an example of something that is not funded, soccer, baseball. And it's partly because of the philosophy that we don't want to do everything in the new part of town. We want to,
Right.
but if we didn't do Gloria Jean, Tate, all 6.4 million, whatever, that money could get a soccer and baseball field at the Dune City Park if we wanted to.
Or it could go to the baseball and soccer at Preston Park. Because weren't we going to do soccer there too, or just
Yeah, I
the
think
two
the
baseball fields?
project to expand fields was more like $10 million at Preston, yeah.
Okay, but
so-
if we wanted to just repair the current baseball
That's in
fields,
that's in the budget
that's
proposal.
part of the one.
So this is the
okay.
point. So Preston Park, new fields, $10 million. But we're spending 6 at Gloria Jean, which doesn't have to be spent. And we might get 13 in this budget cycle that we're discussing tonight.
Mhm,
So there's 13 plus 6,
mhm,
of which we would need 10 for Preston Park. So it seems like our discussion
mhm,
could include these kinds of,
Mhm.
options. Maybe we do Gloria Jean and Preston Park because we're looking at
Yeah.
16 million.
Yeah.
Maybe if we don't get the 13 million, we just do the Dunes Park because we prioritize Gloria Jean second. I'm not saying that's what we would do, but it's the discussion that we could have. Okay, you want to continue or let's go down this, let's go to the next page. Windy Hill, that's a playground upgrade. It's not a new playground.
It's a
250.
playground replacement.
Right, so a new playground for 250K.
And it's adding 250 of general funds, some additional impact fee funds to what's already been allocated in the CIP.
Okay, so Kathy, I just wanted us all to see the
Yeah.
playground picture,
Yes. And
but
it
I'll
looks
turn it
like
back to you.
No, thank you for that because I'm feeling a little more comfortable, especially with the influx of another 13 to 15 million. I think we can get some of these parks done without necessarily compromising so much as I was thinking we would have to.
If we use that 13.
Yes. Yes. Mhm. No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Turning our attention back to the Preston Park, we had a discussion about improvements. There was 500, was it 500,000 or 1 million that was not used last year and 1 million that we're looking at now. So we potentially have 2 million in the pot set aside for Preston. So are we having one conversation to spend $2 million for these rehab repairs and playground? Or are we having another discussion of expanding it to the point of $10 million? Right?
I think, yeah, that's a good question. I think there's some confusion there, but yeah, what we're proposing, we already have $1 million there. And the $1 million is to fix up the existing baseball fields, any repairs that need to be done to the concession and storage building there. So $1 million to get all the existing fields in top shape. And then the additional $1 million that we're proposing here really is primarily to put in a new playground in that park. And so that park would be a really good functioning park at this point.
I'm dismayed. I shouldn't say dismayed. I appreciate all the volunteers who have been working under, I go out there and this is long overdue and they're clamoring for something. So while $10 million sounds fantastic, I think that realistically spending the $2 million to get us to where we need, and hopefully by next season, will get us to a place where where we should be. We should be doing this.
Where we would be proud of functional fields.
Well, we just got a new scoreboard. Thank you very much. I believe, right? A new scoreboard out there.
Right, Preston?
Press. Yeah, Preston. We got three new, we got some new scoreboards. My point is that we've done a disservice and we really need to get right with that. So on that topic of Preston, I have some other points to make. but
One
do
other
you have some
question following
questions?
up on what you're saying. So the difference between $1 million repair to the 2 baseball fields versus putting in a whole nother 10 million to revamp that whole thing,
To add to.
what's the difference between a new one and a sort of patched up one? Is that going to be sufficing us for the next few years, or what's the difference?
The 10 million is more expanded additional field space and
Like 2 to
parking.
4 new fields.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
the-
expanding the.
Yeah, the lower field could be expanded to have 2 dual use fields.
Okay.
And then additional
Okay,
parking.
well, that makes sense then for us to keep it at the 2 million, and then as that park, those 2 fields get used more, then we can add, we can add on later. I feel comfortable with that.
Right now, council, what would you think about, if not tonight, sometime in the near future, anticipating potentially the 13 million that we could tell the public, because we could decide to set aside 3 or 4 million or some number of millions, so that we start saving up for it in an allocated account so that it would be
Would
coming
happen.
soon,
Mhm.
rather than spend it on other things. I mean,
Mhm.
it seems like we should make a conscious decision about what we're going to do with 13 million if it came within the 2-year budget cycle we're talking about.
Mhm. Do we have enough use for 4 baseball fields right now?
Andrea, do you want to come on up? Andrea is the director of our Recreation and Cultural Services Department.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I've been meeting with the youth organizations and they are begging for more fields. The baseball, softball organization in particular asked if I would work with the superintendent of the school district to just carve out some basic fields and basic backstops on like elementary schools and middle schools, because they don't have anywhere to practice. And my understanding is there's only one official softball field. And so they're also asking for additional base pegs in the baseball fields to accommodate softball. So I absolutely support expanding the fields and creating more space for them.
So Andrea, it seems like there's a chance for saving a lot of money if we had an agreement with the school district that they allow the city to maintain in good shape fields that we use and they use, instead of us building new fields for 10 million. That 10 million or a lot less than that could go a long way at Marina Vista and other schools, Los Arboles, Marina High School. It seems like we would get more bang for our buck improving underutilized fields than the new parking lot and new construction of new fields. But is that a sensible idea to look into?
Excuse me, we currently have a memo of understanding and we do share facilities and have an agreement as to who gets to use what and who maintains what. I need to meet with the superintendent and both of us need to dig into it and understand it a little more. First meeting that we had, there was not a strong understanding, even on the superintendent's side. And so we both agreed to dig into those agreements and meet again.
So if they knew that we had potentially millions on the table to improve their fields, it seems like they would be happy about that.
I'm sure they would be.
Okay, other council members have comments on that?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Logistically, I think the families would prefer having it all in one place or not. My kids grew up, we were spoiled. We could walk to our baseball fields, 4 fields, all the ages together. You could walk from one to the other. But that's, of course, might not be possible, but I would assume that parents would prefer that. That's why that was one of my reasons, for the Dunes Park. I thought, how is it going to work? So my other question is, the gophers, the gopher holes or the ground squirrels, that will not change. I mean, you can put in new turf, but so what would your preference be? Or how do you see that
Well, to your first comment, I agree that in an ideal world, we would have a sports complex. Because it is, if you are a parent of multiple children and they have games, back to back or at the same time, if you could be in one place, that's a lot easier than trying to get to multiple different fields across town. As far as Gophers, Brian's probably a better person to respond to that. I know that there are some methods for natural turf. Ideally, it would be artificial turf, but that is much more expensive and it doesn't always solve the gopher problem. But Brian probably can speak to that better than I can.
Okay, would
Okay,
you like
I-
to do it now or at a later point when we discuss this part?
I
more in
think that
detail?
spending 5 minutes on
Yes, no,
gopher
okay.
and squirrels, since they have ruined parks for a long time
Yes.
and caused our parks to be underutilized. I think it's good for the whole council to hear about castor oil, irrigated water, et cetera, and what Brian and Lane have been working on.
So, like I said, the Gophers, they're going to be with us. They're going to do their things. And there are people in the business of dealing with Gophers. But, as we looked at adding turf, there's different schools of thought. Some people say you put the wire underneath, and some of the landscape architects that we've been working with, well, they aren't always that effective. What we're putting in at Martin Luther King sculpture, and we're adding into the pump track turf is inline fertilizer system, and you can add fertilizer, but what we're going to add to it is a product that utilizes primarily castor oil. So basically makes it not so tasty for them, and they'll go somewhere else and look for something else to eat. So that's the approach we're taking right now. We're going to see how effective that is.
And is that effective for ground squirrels and gophers?
I would think so, yes. I think pretty much anything that wants to eat grass.
So sometimes ground squirrels are going to burrow, maybe not just for food, but to live, and they range to go get their food. So I'm wondering if, so we have a lot of squirrels at Lock Padden Park that are going to tear up a nice turf, not just for food, but for dwelling, if they're not deterred by castor oil.
It's probably going to take both of them. I mean, the working with the pest control people as well as making it less attractive for the ones that are out there.
Okay, so castor oil and traditional pest control.
Yes.
And the traditional pest control, is it throw poison oats or grain down a hole, or is it trap them and inject them with a sedative that kills them? What is it?
No. If from my understanding, what we've been using is what they call a primary dose. I guess if it's ingested, it'll affect the squirrel or gopher. But if something should come along, a secondary up the food chain, it would have dissipated to the point that it's not going to affect those animals.
Okay, so poisoning is the kill technique that traditionally has been used in the city if the castor oil is not working.
Well, we haven't used the castor oil up until now, so yeah.
But if you employ the oil and it doesn't work, or you'll still use the kill and the castor oil in combination.
It probably will be. It probably will be.
Okay. Other questions on? Go ahead,
I
Brian.
had one. Go ahead.
I'll start with the ground squirrels really quickly. Have we used carbon monoxide at all?
I can't speak, knowledgeably on it. I know our maintenance staff works with the pest control people in the area. They may have used that as one of the methods as well.
Have they seen Caddyshack?
I have seen Caddyshack, and usually
Pest control.
usually when it gets bad, I tell them, we want them gone, but don't go to the extent of Caddyshack. We just don't want that.
So at risk of pushback, I would say I think carbon monoxide should be an option. I think it can control populations, especially in the spring when squirrels are reproducing, and I think it can be fairly effective to control the population. So just my opinion.
Brian, on that, the Marina High School live trap squirrels, they put out traps and the squirrels go in the traps. I don't know what they do with them after they catch them, but it's extremely effective way to catch the squirrel.
Put them in Lock Padden Park, I think. No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
but
I think,
there's-
yeah. But anyway, it would be interesting to see what the high school has done, because they have a brand new $600,000 field that was getting ravaged by ground squirrels, much like our Gloria Jean or Lock Padden is going to happen. So it'd be interesting to see what they do with the squirrels after they catch them, because it's easy to catch them. But then the question is, what do you do with them?
Just a couple comments on the Gloria Jean Tate Park. Although I definitely appreciate Councilmember Biala's comments about the equity of spreading projects out throughout the city. I do think that this park is a little bit different in the sense that it is a gateway to our city. And so for that reason, although I wasn't necessarily in favor of focusing on this park first, now that we have gone there, I am very much in favor of spending the money to finish the park, really make it a gateway that hopefully will attract businesses and people to our city. I mean, it'll serve as so much more than a park. Yes, people from out of town use it. But it also serves as almost a little bit of advertising for our city and what a great city we are. So kind of wanted to make that comment. And I think that's it for me on that.
And there's a large piece of our city residents that we'll use that park if it's great. And a lot of people that are going to the pump track are local kids and their parents. But you're right, it draws a much more regional than just us. Yeah.
One last question, and I agree totally with your comments about Gloria Jean Tate, but the baseball fields, we had one at the Dune City Park. Didn't we have one plan for that?
In the option that was selected, there's a dual use field. Well, that could
Okay.
be
Well,
ball or field sport.
Softball, baseball, or soccer.
They're overlapping, so it could be used for soccer, but not or baseball, but not at the same time.
Okay, so soccer, baseball, softball at
Yes,
the Dune City Park. Is that correct?
yes.
So in terms of the users of baseball fields, it sounds like they really want to have two new fields. And since we have the two already, it would just seem like it would be the ideal thing for the actual users in the leagues or, whatever's going on. So could we postpone the one in the dunes? I don't know how much money that is, and put that instead into the ones at Preston Park.
I would think that would
actually,
be
we're gonna
possible
be-
to be.
We're going to come back to the council at another time. We're working with our consultant on those options. And right now with that 10 million cap that we've asked the consultants just to put in a ball field and just basic amenities. And we're still at $14 million. And so I'm not even sure that we can put in the combined baseball, softball, soccer field in that 10 million budget. But we're working on the consultant, and we'll come back to council another time and look at options that will be whether or not we can even build that combined field within the 10 million allocation. If not, then what can we build within that? And part of it is when you just build a new park, their infrastructure costs are just really expensive.
And I think if we spent a few $1 million and we got 6 ball fields that are in excellent shape compared to now, because we're using the school ball fields, the Dune City Park ball field, and finally taking a good care of the Preston Park ball fields. I think if you told the parents that we were going to have 6 well-maintained fields, whereas right now we have 2 that are somewhat well-maintained, they would be very happy for the short term, medium term, and be glad that someday we might get a complex like at Preston. But Preston is 14 million, and we could get so much more bang for our buck, and they would have to drive around more. But then the pro, not the con, but the pro is that every neighborhood would have a field that they'd be able to go to. If you put one complex, then the people of lesser economic demographics in downtown Marina, how are they going to get back and forth when they're working? And, so if you spread it out where you have ball fields all around the city and it's a lot cheaper, I think most of the families that play ball would be very excited about the improvement compared to the status quo.
Well, I was just thinking of what Allison just said, though. When you have a family of young children and they have different ages and they're all in the same place, because I've been there where you're taking one over here and one there. And so that's the only compromise that we would be saying, well, we've geographically, but the kids are in a league together and that comes from all over. And so these, looks like Allison has a comment about that.
I used to call her Donna.
Donna, Allison, Dr. Willard, so any of the above.
Andrea.
Andrea, yes. I just
sorry,
wanted to respond to the comment about having the fields spread out. There would be no guarantee that your child would be scheduled on the field that's closest to you, right? Because you're going to have teams comprised of residents from all over the city. And so that's why I would lean towards a full complex, because you might have a park right across the street from you with a field in it, but your child's still scheduled to play across town.
There's also practice, but that's a really good point.
Yes, practice. Yeah.
And my apologies for saying Allison instead of Andrea. I'm looking right at you and I know your name. Sorry about that.
Okay, who else on the parks? Councilmember, sure.
I had one more remark about it, building a new field either at the Dunes Park or at Preston Park. I think it will cost about the same. So
Unless the Dunes requires Preston requires parking, the Dunes doesn't.
that's the point.
But let's ask
Yes,
staff.
but
That's a great question.
Yeah.
So for the settlement agreement for the dunes, the fields are required in the Dunes Park are required to be artificial turf, whereas at Preston Park, it would be an option. So that could affect the price.
Or it could be the artificial turf at the Dunes Park or at Preston Park, and that will be about the same cost.
Yeah, if we were probably looking at adding the same fields with the same type of surfacing.
Is there a life cycle savings with artificial turf due to lower maintenance?
Our consultant kind of ran some numbers on that for the Martin Luther King. I'd have to pull those back up.
And the pump track, we went through that process too there, didn't we?
Yeah, I think more so with the MLK, we did look at that. The problem with the artificial turf right now is you get to the end of the life cycle and it goes to the landfill. There's no recycling of it. The sod is a natural product, but there is a life cycle cost to each of them.
Thank you.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to remind everyone up here that we did go to the voters and we did tell them that we were going to be spending some of their tax dollars on parks. So I want to remind you that we have to speak for this money and we have to make good on those promises. And COVID-19 taught us how important our parks were. Putting it in perspective, Kathy, you said what are the state of our parks? They're really bad. Like if we think about it, I was celebrating the fact that we got a bathroom open at the pump track when we realized that between the pump track and the city hall, when it's open, this one right here is probably our newest playground equipment. Bathrooms in our parks are pretty much those two plus the library, but that's not our park, right? So we lack majorly. So I'm glad to hear that we're going to be I'm all in favor. I think the Dunes Park, we need to make good on we had a footprint there. When it's ready, we do it in the phases. Some parts of it I'm a little concerned about, like the amphitheater, because we haven't done any kind of sound study, but we know that residents and our developers have been paying into that. So we've got to make good on that promise. When I look at the Los Arboles courts, tennis and pickleball, I just wondered, could they be restriped for both? Is there a cost savings or is there a cost to restripe them for both? We do that up at Meadowbrook. I'm going to ask that question.
You strike at Meadowbrook, you strike pickleball and tennis.
We have a tennis court that we striped it. It was a tennis court and we have striped it to also include pickleball.
So you can play either one.
That's absolutely
So
right.
at Sea Haven, we are going to build pickleball courts the size of tennis courts. So in the future, they could be used for tennis, but we never discussed striping them for both simultaneously.
You could. It's a little bit of a mental thing though, when you stand on there. And if you played tennis before, you might be a little disoriented, but that is a possibility. So I'm all in favor of the parks. Someone mentioned the word equitable. We have beautiful new residents living in a part of town that have new parks. And I think, of course they pay into it, but we definitely have to share that and get the parks over on this side fixed up. Gloria Jean Tate I agree with my council member here. That is the gateway to our city. Fixing that up was on our list of to-dos. I'm quite excited by that concept. The horse boarding, yes, because I think that there is opportunity there for us to, it is a park. It is a park setting out there, utilize what a concessionaire has out there. Where else are we with parks? I just want to say that in my mind, we've got to make good and stretch our dollars as best as possible. And most certainly with the baseball, softball fields, we've got to make good on that, because I'd love for you guys to come out and take a look at the facilities. I don't know if we're going to go there, but the decking out at Los Arboles, that when the city manager was talking about we can get sued, and that's why we need to have this reserve. It's going to happen. The decking is very dangerous. Have you taken a look at it, Brian? What's the liability out there?
It's no liability because it's completely closed off for a year and a half.
It's got a little fence thing to it.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about the liability on that. I shouldn't bring that up, but I just have some fears about the safety of it.
No one has used it for a year and a half because it's fenced off.
It is fenced off, but I'll stop there.
But also you mentioned what other parks, there was Windy Hill, and then there was the Los Arboles
So Los
court
Arboles,
resurfacing.
yeah, the resurfacing, and my question was if we could consider striping it for both.
Can we get an answer to that question? That's the first I've ever heard of striping for pickleball and tennis.
So
Well, I'll jump in because Andrea's kind of looked at that a little bit too, but we can certainly look at that, but part of it plays into the lower one. When we try to maximize the number of pickleball courts, it goes a different direction than what you would do on tennis courts, and the layout would be a little bit different. So part of what we're trying to do there is maximize the number of pickleball courts that we can do, and then fix the tennis courts, and then we can look at additional striping if we can do that, and that's not a huge cost once we get the courts repaired and get the new netting and things like that.
Oh, Lane, if maximizing pickleball courts, the number of pickleball courts is an objective, could we dual stripe the upper court at Los Arboles, which currently is only tennis?
We can definitely
And
look at
Andrea
that.
has some input as well, Lane. Go ahead, Lane, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. Part of our thought along with that is it's the noise with pickleball. On the upper courts, you have homes right next to that. At least the lower courts, they drop down and the noise gets away from the homes a little bit. So we're kind of looking at other things with that too.
Okay.
I just wanted to add, I'm actually meeting with a contractor tomorrow out at the courts, and so I can get multiple bids on different configurations. You can do blended courts, you can do cross courts. There's lots of different options for doing both pickleball and tennis on the same court. So I will request several different layouts and configurations and quotes for that. But Lane is correct that the sound can be an issue. Just depending on how the neighbors feel about the little dink, dink, dink that
Right.
you hear constantly.
So Andrea, on the sound abatement, can there be materials put around the fences that absorb some of that?
I'm not sure about that. There's windscreen, but it doesn't really absorb the sound. There is pickleball equipment that is made to kind of reduce the sound. Traditional pickleball players don't like to use that equipment, but there is a movement in that direction because it's an ongoing problem for residents complaining about the noise.
So it might be
So-
a hassle, but you could put signs up on the upper court. If you want to use this court, you have to use X equipment.
Yes, and there are courts on the peninsula that have tried that. To what success, I'm not sure, because it's an enforcement issue. Are we going to go around and check what kind of paddle you're using or what kind of ball you're using? But I just want to let you know, I will get some quotes tomorrow, multiple configurations on laying out the different courts. Okay.
I see our chief smiling in the background. We're already asking him to stop people from feeding squirrels at Log Pad, and now we're gonna enforce the pickleball
Yes.
equipment.
I have one other question for Andrea, if I could. So I just recently, inspired by all the pickleball talk, decided I was going to try it. And so I went to the senior center because I'm a bona fide senior, and I learned Gay and Gabe helped teach some of us. And I live close to Los Arboles. So playing that, I am telling you, I was bad enough, with the surfacing, but the wind. Every time we hit, it's going way, on the west side. So all the balls are all on the, and it's tremendous. The wind, if I was a good player, that would be very annoying. And I don't know, maybe Councilwoman Medina Dirksen can say, but this outdoor stuff with pickleball in Marina is terrible. I mean, I was bad, but I could really tell that it was almost unpredictable because the wind was so strong.
Yeah. And I don't think there are wind screens around those courts, correct?
There are, but the wind, because you're hitting it over, going over. And so it just picks it up and it just takes them. So I don't know if you were good, whether you really want to play in our pickleball courts.
Yeah. My experience is most pickleball players do like to play outdoor over indoor, but you're right. If the weather doesn't permit it, then that might be a
Right.
challenge.
Because of Marina in particular, we have such strong winds in the afternoon.
Yep.
So tomorrow, can you talk about sound and wind?
Absolutely.
Let us know. Okay, anyone else on what we've been discussing?
Mayor, I just want to make a comment because you had mentioned, and maybe I misunderstood, but you kind of talked about setting some money aside in these accounts for projects down the road. And kind of something that's been heavy on my mind lately is I think about the sports center and the aquatic center, which we've been setting money aside for so long. We've spent millions just in the design phase. What I know is that those two buildings may never happen. And I just think about the money that we've set aside, when you account for inflation, right? We've just lost so much money. And so I'm really reluctant to set aside money into too many different pots. Maybe there are some really important ones. But it's just been really heavy on my mind lately. I think we don't really see that, and staff really hasn't presented that kind of loss to us in terms that we can understand. So we don't really think about it a lot. But yeah, for that reason, I'm just really wary of setting aside money for future projects that, aren't immediately in the pipeline 1, 2, 3 years,
Yeah.
kind of a comment for the council.
Yeah, that's a huge point because we've had 8 to 12 million unallocated reserves for many years sitting. We don't make interest on it, to speak of.
Right.
So it's not worth as much as it was when we started holding it.
So, yeah, so while planning, right, sounds good to the public, I think there's also a tremendous downside to that too.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, it just brought up the point that we had the other night with the senior center money that came down the pipeline. It's not, I don't think it's allocated anywhere. We don't know where it's going to go. We have a purpose for it. So we do have a little bit more money, but I definitely agree with what you're talking about because that's money that just erodes per inflation. So
Right.
yes, thank you. for
Great
bringing it
point. Brian and Lane, have you had any discussion about that $1 million for senior center type use?
No, we haven't had any internal discussions yet. But I think we probably should, especially as we talk about this potential 13 to 15 million. It'd be good to set a study meeting at some point down the road after we approve our budget and really talk about all these projects, whether it be a sports center, existing ball fields, senior center with that $1 million.
Okay. I'd like to put in a pitch that the option of using that $1 million to upgrade our community center, which is used for a youth center and a senior center, so that it could be better utilized for seniors, maybe better ADA, the restrooms, maybe improvements to the kitchen so the seniors have better dining facilities or cooking facilities. But I think that would be a quick bang for the buck, kind of like what Councilmember McCarthy is saying, not to get money and sit on it, and it's worth a lot less when we end up using it. But it'd be good to use it at the community center, which is deplorable in some ways, and it would improve the quality of experience for seniors. So I'm sure it would fit the intent of the money. I just don't know if it'd be the number one place we want to put the money, but I hope it's an option that we consider.
Mr. Mayor, along with that, I think we'll probably just defer to staff to study that because there may be other ideas such as existing locations that programming can be switched over. And one of the problems we have to remember in the past, I'm sorry, we're going off a little bit, but distinctly remember grant funding not coming our way because we didn't have a dedicated senior space. At least 2 rounds of no money came our way. So
I don't think you're right, but it's not why we didn't get it. We didn't get it because we weren't poor enough. It wasn't because we didn't have money. No, I'm serious. No,
Okay,
we didn't
so-
rank very well against the other applicants who were poorer than us.
So perhaps, yeah, staff will come to us with some really good ideas to jump on it sooner than later. However, it looks like whether it's there or Vince DiMaggio or some other
Yeah.
creative use of space. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I add to this? So because I did write, I'm so sorry. I did write down that same remark that you made because it's in tier 3, for the community center deferred maintenance, $500,000. So my question was, can the $1 million be used for that? So
Yeah.
that would be simple.
And that's a facility used almost every day by
Yes.
seniors and
Oh,
youth.
every day.
Yeah, not on weekends so
Well,
much. But,
but including pickleball. So.
oh, okay. Anyone else? Kathy, your light's on. Did you have
Yes,
something?
So one quick question is, are there bathrooms planned for Preston Park? They have it already.
So,
Is it adequate?
I think if we did the park expansion, we could look at expanding restroom facilities there.
Okay, but that's not included in the 2 million.
Well,
whatever.
if there's any repairs that need to be
Yeah.
made there, we can look at
Okay,
doing that.
okay, great.
And
And
can we stop just for a moment? What's the quality of restrooms at Preston Park? Are they good? Are they poor?
I don't know. Yeah,
Up and up, Elisa? But they could use some upgrades. Okay, so
they're usable. Okay. Okay, and then I want to go back to what Council Member McCarthy was saying about his pessimism about our aquatic center and our sports center ever getting built. And, that is, again, something along with our civic center and those kinds of really high ticket items. I mean, we are talking 20 million, 40 million. These are things that would take us so long to save up for. And so even though we have City Hall and City Council chambers deferred maintenance on page 21, that's the Band-Aid for the gaping hole of 48-year-old portables being used daily by the public and our staff. And I just, so we're going to put a Band-Aid. I think we have to approve the $1 million because they're just substandard. I mean, at what point do we say that we don't have a choice? It's not just about the public saying whether they want to expend, some more tax dollars. It's about absolute safety. You couldn't possibly have used a temporary structure for this long without having some real serious impacts about what we're expecting people to work in and to come to our city for services. And so that and the aquatic center, I think it's all again rolled up. We have to be thinking about a bond measure. We can't have the basic safety and adequacy of facilities for our civic center, nor will we ever realize the wonderful opportunity that we already have these structures. They're ours. The huge, aquatic center, the huge sports center, they're owned by our city. That's a gift. And yet we're never going to realize the utilization of it because of the huge expense involved. And so if people understand in the public, as well as I know we all understand, that you can't just take a CIP annual thing and try to make this happen. We don't have the money for it. And so I just want to sort of say to the public more than for us that these are the decisions, the heavy decisions that we're going to have to make.
Brian and Lane, can you give an update on the bond? We have that coming up, a consultant's presentation soon.
Yes, you're gonna start seeing some materials probably in the next week or 2 weeks. Sarah and I met with the consultants yesterday, and they're working on draft FAQs and our messaging and a lot of different things. And we're just about to the point where we'll be starting to share that with the council.
Have they garnered any data from public opinion yet?
No,
Can we include some of the definitely civic centers, but can we include a sports center or aquatic center in that bond as well? I think we were just talking about civic centers last time. Is that a
Yes,
possibility?
absolutely. Those will all be parts of the discussion. Excuse me. Kind of losing my voice, and the messaging. And also we'll be doing surveys, and we'll be getting a sense of what the community wants, what's their preference, and what they will support. So all those can be included in those community discussions.
Okay, and I just need to know for myself, how long can we continue to support temporary fixtures like this? I mean, really, I think, there comes a time when you say it's mandatory. It's not just by choice or preferences. At what point do we say these facilities, we just can't use them like this? I mean, I don't know what other choices there are out there, but to me, it's getting to a place where there really it should be mandatory by some regulation or something. I don't know.
But you're absolutely right, and that will be part of our messaging. That will be part of all of our community discussions, all of our engagement.
Okay, because I'm concerned that we can put a lot of Band-Aids, we can paint things and stuff, but there's so much infrastructure issues that just can't be fixed unless we might put in as much money as it would take to rebuild the whole thing over the years. And quickly in the near future, I think we're going to start seeing some major problems with these buildings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Okay. I had a couple of questions for the police chief. First, regarding the car cams, how much do those cost of the 690,000 that's here for car cams and body cams? How much of that is car cams?
A lot of it is car camera. Particular car cameras actually take us, I'm sorry, to actually outfit the cars through a vendor almost a year to get the car cameras done. So in essence, the faster we get this approved, the faster we'll get the car cameras.
Okay. Are car cams required by state law, or just body cams, or
They are not, car cameras are not required by state law.
are body cams?
Body cameras are.
Okay. So kind of cutting to the quick, if we could save 400,000, 300,000 and not have car cams, what's the biggest downside to not having car cams?
Well, we speak about transparency often. Car cameras will allow us to, catch the violators' actions when the police officer makes a traffic stop. It's catching the actual traffic stop, so it documents what the actual violation is on the car camera. And that happens through different technology.
Oh, you mean like reckless driving or something like that?
Reckless driving, anything. It will catch, crimes in progress. As soon as an officer activates the lights of their vehicle, the car camera automatically turns on. You could set those car cameras to turn on at different speeds of the police cars going. They automatically activate. There's so many different functions. It's an officer safety function as well. I mean, we don't want to see any officers never get hurt, but and I'll speak to the case that happened in Salinas. There was a car camera that officer had, and ultimately it helped in solving that crime. So it's an officer safety component. We haven't had car cameras for about 3 years. When we went to body cameras, we didn't reconnect our car cameras because of the technology upgrade. So we were waiting to upgrade technology. But we have since, missed out on a lot of different opportunities to capitalize on those car cameras and what
You
they
mean,
can
you mean to
do
help
for us.
cases and help?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. My next one is on security. There's 250,000 proposed here for, I forget what it was called, but building security, access, cards, that kind of thing. do we have a problem? Like right now, you just can't walk into a building unless it's during business hours. So why do we need the security system that's being proposed as far as from a police perspective?
I can let Brian or the fire chief comment on the security of that.
So you don't have an opinion, or you haven't been
Oh, well,
thinking about this?
yes,
much?
Everybody has a key in the city, and those keys have at some point get lost. So that contributes to a lack of security within the buildings. When you have a card reader, you can see what time people are coming and going inside the buildings. They're given to, janitorial companies. They're given into, police officers, any city staff member. It's very convenient. You don't have to worry about lost keys and security of different buildings, especially the police department. It's for every city building. So you can utilize your card key at Vince DiMaggio Park, and it'll show who is opening up the park. There's a security camera component to all of those buildings also, so it shows who's going in and out of the buildings.
But does the security camera link to the access?
Yes.
How does that link? I mean, we have security cameras and we have access cards at where I work, but they don't talk to each other.
Yeah, well, they might be independent systems. Until we actually talk to vendors, it may be such that it activates the cameras upon entry. The other thing is if we talk about lost keys, if somebody loses a card, as soon as they notify us, hey, we can go into the system and lock that card out. And if it's found and somebody tries to use it to access the facility, they can't, which is different than a key. So a lot more control over that.
So it sounds like it's a important idea. It's just that we have a lot of important ideas and we can't fund them all. So I'm just looking at some of these to ask these kinds of questions. But that's it for now. Does anyone else have any comments or questions on security, access to buildings or car cams?
Well, it's on the police issue. On page 39, the police staffing study, is this better to have when we have a permanent hire for the highest position? Is this better to hold off on that until the new person is established, or is this good to start it now when we don't have the permanent position hired?
You mean
I'm talking about the police chief.
Police chief, yeah.
Yes.
What we're proposing right now is just to fund it. We will definitely have a new police chief within this budget year. So,
So before you launch the study, that police chief would have some weigh in on it. This is just
Absolutely.
allocating funding.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything more for police? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions. Police cams, $760,000 is the number in the report. I'm going to assume that how many cameras are we talking about? Less than 100, I would assume. Less than 50, maybe total for
Yes.
body cams and.
Approximately 30 body cameras and about 15 vehicle cameras.
So we're talking $14,000 per camera. Is that?
We're talking the infrastructure and that all comes along with that. And we're talking the latest technology. With what this system does is we're talking when an officer, takes a piece of equipment off of their belt, it activates their camera. It could be activated by, gunshots. This camera does activate without somebody actually pushing the button. So this technology is the latest and greatest technology out.
Thank you. So I think this council's heard me say before, I'm a huge fan of technology. And I certainly support these types of cameras, but man, it sure seems like a lot of money per camera. And I'm really, and I understand that there's a cloud infrastructure and a lot of setup and installation that has to take place. And I'm sure there's a lot of justification that can be made for the cost, but it still just seems incredibly high. And so I would like to maybe see a little bit more detail, whether it's offline or whatever, on exactly why that price is so high. I also want to point out that I was just reading an article that if the state is mandating body cams, but the state's own police, the California Highway Patrol, has only 3% of their officers apparently have body cams at this point, according to this Cal Matters article. And so I think that's really reflective of this kind of unfunded mandate and how cities like us really struggle to accomplish the funding of that kind of technology. I just want to ask a real quick question about Flock. Is that okay, or do you want to wait?
I think Mayor Pro Tem has a question on the cams or comment.
Yeah, on the cameras. Is there also built-in ongoing cost to maintain these cameras?
The 750,000 is over a 5-year period. So that's
Ah.
5 years of
Service.
of services. Yes.
Included.
What happens after 5 years? Do we have to buy brand new cameras?
You don't have to buy new cameras, but there is upgrades at 5 years from now, as we know, technology changes. I mean, the latest and greatest comes out in 6 months after you buy things. So right now, this is the best technology out.
And how does it work now? People, is there some way for people to review what occurred? Do you have cameras in the car? Do you not?
We do not have car cameras now.
You
No.
did have them.
We did have them. Yes.
Thanks.
Anyone else on cameras? And then we'll turn it back to Brian. Okay. Back to Brian.
And those videos do become public record. So there's presumably some, if we get a lot of public record requests, presumably some cost in fulfilling those as well, or?
There's public, yes, there is cost to that. If there's a public records request, we have to provide that information.
And then Councilmember Medina hit on my question about Flock, just the ongoing cost. I see the 160. Is that for 1 year? Is there an ongoing cost for that? Or?
That is for 2 years. It's around $60,000 per year. We've applied for a grant for that particular system. So we're waiting to hear back to see if we've.
After the
received
2 years, the equipment belongs to Flock and we return it, or?
it. No, it's ours.
Okay, but we just can't really use it the way we want to because we don't have.
We would still utilize the cameras. We would just get upgrades and that would be ongoing through the process, which is covered in that cost.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to go back to the MEC issue, and that's on page 41. And this is the equestrian boarding development, which when it was proposed, it sounded like a really good initiative. And I'm just wondering, there still is an interest in this by the horse owners? I mean, it's been a while, and by the way, I hope that we get more information about the MEC, the chaparral, because it's been a long time, I think, since we've heard anything about some of the programming or some updates on it. I really would like the public to know more about that. But it would be the MEA that would be interested in housing horses at this particular site, correct?
That's correct. We're in discussions with them, currently working out what the scope of those uses would be.
And there's enough riders that would want to have boarding here?
Well, I don't know that we're at the point of looking at it from that perspective just yet. We haven't, what we're working on is on the agreement, the terms that we're going to work under, and that's what we came to council to get direction on. Once that's worked out, then we can return to council and say, hey, this is what we're going to work on, and this is the direction we're going.
Well, since it's been a while, I just always good ideas. If there's not really a needs assessment and things might have changed since then, I don't know. It sounded like a good idea. When was it? When Chaparral took over a year ago or more? And maybe that interest is not there anymore, or maybe it's doubled interest. I just don't know. But I think we need to keep our pulse on the need. Are the people that we're building this for, do they feel committed to it? Do they want this even?
I would say yes. We're meeting with them every other week.
Okay.
Discussing it. It's scheduled. It's ongoing discussions with them. So we're actively pursuing that.
Okay. And about how many horses can be stabled here?
That's what the feasibility study will determine based on the area we have and what the local market need is. And once we get to that first agreement, then we can start doing that type of analysis.
Okay. So this is just really to get the plan going and the needs assessment or whatever else goes into pre-planning. Okay, thank you.
All right. I have one question that's important. Then I have other questions that aren't as important. And then I'd like to go to public comment unless anyone has any burning questions. But, it's about time that we should go to public for sure. Del Monte Boulevard median improvements, I didn't see. is that somewhere else in the budget, but not a CIP?
It's in the current CIP budget. As you recall, council had allocated $3 million with $1 million to go towards medians on Del Monte. And it's in the current capital improvement program.
Okay, so it's not in this presentation?
No, because there's already existing funding there in our program already. So I'm in the presentation, I'm covering additional funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you or Lane summarize where we are on what's the plan for Del Monte Boulevard median?
I'll start off. We've issued a work order. We have the landscape architect engaged. We will be meeting with them Monday afternoon for the kickoff meeting.
Is this Bianca?
Yes, the kickoff meeting to start that that planning or her part of that, identifying the improvements to the medians.
Okay. Lane, any further input from you?
Yes, actually, Bianca's been engaged for over a month now, and she has her team already working on different ideas and thoughts with that. We're hoping within the next 2 months, really to have a community meeting scheduled to where we can look at these different options and ideas and get feedback and input from the public and the council. And then ultimately, we'll come back to council with some proposed plans and options, so that team is already engaged and working really hard.
That's great news. And to know that there's other projects besides what we're seeing tonight, that these are additional projects. This is, incredible number of projects. Okay, let's go to the public. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand, and we'll start with those who are present. Anyone here in the room, if you'd like to come up to the podium, you have up to 3 minutes. And we'll start with Brian Bond once we go remote, if his hand is still up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's good to be back in person, actually. The presentation's nice to be. In your on your dais there in front of you, I did provide a document called Dunes Project Key Milestones and Important City of Marina CIP Projects. And the purpose of this document was to link kind of key dates and key milestones that are happening in the Dunes project or anticipated to happen in the near term, really, particularly within the 2-year budget cycle, to CIP projects that are either partially funded or partly funded or completely funded, and how they link to a particular, why they're important for a particular milestone, and the importance of having those CIP projects completed in the time frame when the milestone is. And for example, the first one here listed is Phase 2 West. That's that portion south of that's the residential portion of the Dunes project that's coming forward. There's infrastructure going in right now. It's just south of the VA clinic there, south of 8th Street. The model home complex opening is anticipated by January. And a key project, and maybe this wasn't such a good example, but there's the Arts District. I didn't have the CIP number on here. The other projects do have the CIP number. But it's very important that there, in this case, there be a demolition or rehabilitation, preferably a demolition of the buildings. I don't think they'd be cost effective to rehab in any way, of those buildings that are across the street in the Arts District, to prepare it for future development of the Arts District in concert with what the specific plan talks about. But that's really important because it really is an eyesore at this point. It's obviously dilapidated buildings, and we'll have brand new development across the street. Another one, for example, is like the Phase 1B Promenade. Completion of construction of the commercial buildings, including the grocer, is anticipated to be completed by mid-May of next year. And a residential model opening in about a month later. Well, the resurfacing of 2nd Avenue from Minchin Parkway to 8th Street is a key CIP project speaking on behalf of Shay and on the Dunes, that we'd like to see that project come forward, whether that's funded by the CFD or funded by other funds in the CIP. I'm not sure if the CFD includes 2nd Avenue or not. But the homeowners of the dunes, the commercial operators in the future at the dunes all pay into the CFD for maintenance of the streets within the dunes project area. And it'd be nice to have that sync so that when the buildings are completed, particularly the commercial buildings and the residential buildings of the promenade, the street, the Second Avenue then is commensurate with an improved and commensurate, with all of the activity and with all of the buildings that have now been completed and all the landscaping and everything else. So it's really important there. Oh, we ran out of time. I'm sorry. So I just wanted to say that this is an important document. You also, there's a couple.
Doug, I have to ask you
Oh,
to stop.
sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could the council consider adding an additional 2 minutes for anyone that wants to speak? There's no one has their hand up yet. Brian's, that's an emoji, and there's not that many people here. So I'm just wondering.
Well, we have a lot to do still tonight. So like the city attorney asked me, are we going to finish tonight? And I said, yeah, we're going to finish.
Well, I guess that's my point. We just spent how many hours ourselves talking, and we're only going to give the public, 3 minutes. I'd be in favor of at least another minute or two for anyone who wants to speak. I mean, Mr. Yount may not even want to use it, and that's fine, but could we ask the council? Could we take a vote?
Lisa, were you going to speak tonight? Okay, we'll give you another minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. Quickly, you'll see that there's notes at the bottom. I've obviously listed a number of projects here. There's notes at the bottom that talk about sufficient staffing, resources, particularly for not only the projects of permitting and so forth at the dunes, but specifically for CIP. These are very intensive projects and they take a lot of staff time. So please allocate the appropriate staff resources, and the same for ongoing maintenance. The one key thing I want to, and this will obviously require some additional follow-up, the Arts District at Marina Community Partners / Shea is willing, particularly in the next 6 months before that milestone comes forward on Phase 2 West, to assist financially in helping with the removal of those buildings, including project management if necessary, and doing that project for the city with a reasonable amount to be determined on in addition to the amount that you have allocated or the amount that's necessary. So we are willing to do that because it is very important for us on that. So we do want to make that offer. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else in public here? Person wants to speak? Come on up, Elisa.
Good evening. I wanted to specifically talk to you about the item on page 20 of your agenda, the Los Arbolos deck. The picture that's shown is of one viewpoint, and while this deck is gated off because it is very, very dangerous, just this weekend I had 2 boys jump over the other side of it. They're still playing on it, but also in the front of that. So from the picture that you're looking at it from a west to east, but if you were looking from east to west at the building, there's a front section of that deck that has some very loose boards. So the fact that like I have little 4-year-olds playing trampoline on them, like they're just, the underneath support isn't there. And honestly, I'm cringing waiting for an ankle to go through and what that's going to look like. It's quite scary. And I personally have been meeting with several different people, the district included, trying to get this fixed for over a year. So if there's any potential to get it done in the next whatever as quick as possible, please, please, please do. And that was my one little thing I'm here for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go online to Mike M. Welcome, Mike. Oops. Brian's going to help us. Thanks, Brian. Matt.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I wanted to call in and you talk about things like, pickleball, repaving, and the tennis courts, things that, relatively speaking, multi-millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, we're talking for some of our big park projects and some of our lower $1 million projects, things like repaving the pickleball and tennis courts are relatively low hanging fruit and can give, some sort of instant gratification to show that, the city is willing to move forward with, small projects just to, keep as many people happy as possible. Again, with the Los Arbolos deck, I'm personally embarrassed that deck has been in that condition for so long. And it seems like, again, something that is relatively low hanging fruit when we're talking about multi-million-dollar projects. Replacing park playground structures sounds great in some of the other parks, but when we talk about replacing very good usable playground structures in some of these other parks, and you have a deck that's fenced off where a lot of kids go, that's a snack bar area where people gather, and it would be useful to get that done fast. Again, really quick instant gratification that I think the kids deserve, and the parents as well, and the volunteers that work around that snack bar area for a park that's utilized so much. Gloria Jean Tate Park. I know that everybody wants to just finish one big thing, the gateway to the city, and I think that's great too. I did not realize that we were talking somewhere in the neighborhood of over $6 million that park still had to go before the vision is complete. I think what's done so far is outstanding. I mean, that pump track is something else. I mean, I was there for the opening. It was mind blowing. And I know for a fact that people do still come to use that park because I've seen him at our local restaurants. The Man's BMX crew was there just a couple of weeks ago eating breakfast at the City Diner, and they had 3 pickup trucks full of bikes and a bunch of kids. So that's great. But if it's possible, I think if there's any amount of money that can help give us some more instant gratification, some more low-hanging fruit for one of our biggest sports by kids here is both the softball and the Marina Youth Soccer. And I think it's time to really, really get serious about giving some better ball fields, even if it's fixing up so the ones in co-op with the school, or other the junior high school. I know that Preston Park had considered 2 ball fields and extending, but to make a completion for that project more attainable, can we think about maybe just doing 1 ball field? Those artificial turf ball fields, like at Catino Park and Seaside, those are massive. And if we never get 2 ball fields, I would rather say, hey, let's get 1 ball field rather than 2, just so, again, we can get something done for these kids now. Because really, if you look at the demographics in Marina, we have an aging population and a relatively flat youth. And I'm afraid these kids are going to be in college before we finish any of these ball fields. That's all I got to say. Good night.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else online, remote, wants to make comment? Let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome, Tommy.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Wow, you guys went through a lot of stuff tonight. Too much for me to comprehend. I would need to hire 10 certified public accountants to figure out exactly what was just said this evening, and they couldn't even figure it out. Unbelievable for the size city that we are, that you have so many dreams. I mean, my gosh, you only have so much money and you have expenses, and you got to somewhat keep the city afloat. But I would say, as far as what the police and fire, that's definitely a need, not a want. Everything else that you guys talked about were wants: parks, water fountains, whatever. I mean, those things, yeah, okay, cool. But when it comes to police and fire, those are top priorities. And I would definitely have city cameras, license plate cameras. It can all be monitored from the police station, which they're monitoring things now. They're monitoring the skate park. They can monitor the pump track. You can monitor the pot shop. They're doing it now. Just add more cameras, have bigger screens at the fire station. It's a fuel saving thing. Basically, less wear and tear on police cars. You'd be able to monitor the whole city from one place, and you would gain a lot of knowledge. You would gain such as speeders coming through town, the loud exhaust pipes would be captured. You would capture their license plate. You would send out a warning saying, hey, you can come to Marina, but not with that loud exhaust. But anyways, you can really save a lot of fuel and a lot of money. But that's just my opinion on that. At Preston Park and Abrams Park, I think since the way this is like a city within a city and you guys bought that on a bond, I think those funds should come out of their budget, not our city budget, to fix those parks up. I mean, why should I pay over there to fix those parks when you guys have a budget for them? Money coming in, expenses, well, save up for those expenses on that budget. I thought I seen a sign over there when I used to walk my dog over there. The sign said, basically, this park is for the community, this community. It was like, well, gosh, I guess I have to leave. But I don't know if that sign's still there, but I'm going to go out there and look and see if it is. But if it is, that needs to come down. As far as LED lightings, you guys were talking about it a lot. None of the lights work well. They're not bright enough. Come through Marina at night. Go through Reservation, Imgen, other than the lights that are knocked out that are never replaced. But that's another story. But I would say the biggest item I wanted to talk about is that building on Del Monte, 3056 Del Monte. You guys should buy that building and that whole block. You guys could, this is a stepping stone movement right here. You guys can buy that property, make that the city hall building. You can add a third floor. You can build a fire station right next to it. I don't understand. Everything you guys want to build new, you want to build to the south side of Marina. You're leaving us with dilapidated buildings, no development. It just seems out of balance. Reuse. Don't go and take down more oak trees. It's just you're reuse the buildings that you have. You guys can save millions and use all that for all the stuff you want to build. All the park improvements, swimming pools, indoor tennis. You guys can have more money than you can ever think of. I have more, but obviously you're not going to extend my time, but thank
Tommy,
you.
if you want to take another minute, Tommy, you're welcome.
Okay.
I already gave him 4.
Oh,
You already
I'm
did.
sorry, Tommy. I didn't know you had
Okay.
4.
All
Thank
right.
you, Tommy.
All right. Okay. It's all good.
Okay, I didn't note any questions. Did anyone note any questions, comments? All right, I had some questions. The Windy Hill plans, the restroom coming in the future, will that have flush toilets?
Yes, it will be a modern facility with flush toilets.
Okay. The payment portal, so people could register for renting, Vince DiMaggio Park, or they could pay their dog fees or license, et cetera. 40,000 seems too low to me, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Is 40,000 enough?
Yeah, we've engaged with a few vendors to see what it would look like. And I think the 2 big portals that we see is through recreation as well as through potentially the dog licenses. And so it's probably actually 40 actually might be a little bit too high based on some of the conversations we've had. So,
Great.
and then in conjunction with that, and I know that it's been asked by council a few times now, updating our city fee schedule. So right now our dog license fee is very low, I think, compared to every surrounding city. I think you're nodding your head, council member Bisher. And so that would potentially offset some of the costs for a new system. So there's ways that we can make it work. And I think 40 is pretty reasonable and probably
Great.
a little conservative. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Juan. Forgot to mention that we closed public comment and we didn't have any other speakers. So we're past public comment now. Public comment has been closed. On the Del Monte Boulevard extension over to 2nd Avenue, we ran into recent trouble with the Sangilia large population being smack dab in the middle of the alignment. And so it seems like the bigger need is not for cars to have a second way to get there, because it's like 20 seconds on a highway, one, to get to the off-ramp of MGM Parkway. And I don't hear a lot of people in the public, hardly any. I can think of one person who's excited to get an extension there so they can drive a second way. So my question is, does it make any sense to consider a pedestrian bikeway only connection that can weave around the sensitive habitat instead of waiting for a project that may never happen because it's so expensive and has a rare plant in the way of a major road that we're talking with a new cloverleaf off ramps and on ramps. So I guess my question is, has staff discussed a ped bike only extension to Del Monte? Because that's the real need to get people from Central Marina to Fort Ord Marina. They can already get there super fast and conveniently in a car, but they can't any other way.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, so we looked at, in relation to the greater project, could we do a reduced project that had the pedestrian way, bike way? And so under the tier 3 slides, this Second Avenue Patton Parkway extension, this includes the Patton Parkway extension up, but between that extension and the dunes.
So that would take you from the high school to the Shell gas station, essentially?
Yeah, and up to Del Monte.
Right, but it wouldn't get you from Central Marina to Fort Ord Marina.
No, I'm just talking about that Patton Parkway extension would be for the automobiles, pedestrians and bikes. And then for the extension from the dunes to the Patton Parkway extension being just bicycle and ped, that we're looking at about a $10 million project there. So,
and what's the cost of the project with a road going from Del Monte to Second Avenue?
Yeah, the overall Patton Parkway and Del Monte extension for all automobiles, bike ped is more like 17 million.
Wait, 17 million includes the cloverleaf, on ramps, off ramps?
No, it does not. No, we have not come up with that number. With the interchanges, that's going to be tens, hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions, right?
Yeah.
So the time it's going to take to build a hundreds of millions project compared to the time it's going to take to build a $10 million pedestrian bikeway project, they're orders of magnitude different, right?
Yes,
And so-
multiple years.
Okay, so you're saying that staff is started or will soon be in full discussion about this Patton Parkway for everybody, including cars, and then bike ped going south from Del Monte Shell gas station over to Second Avenue?
Yeah, I mean, we've gone to the point where we've kind of looked at the estimates at a high level, and we think that's going to be a $10 million project. So, as far as, in all the funding considerations that council's looking at, we don't have the $10 million right now. It's a question, how much of forest CFD do we have to put towards that, along with all the other obligations that need to be covered with that funding?
All right. Thanks, Brian. I'd like to ask the rest of council what your thoughts are on $10 million for this project. High priority, low priority? Councilmember Visha?
It's a lot of money, but I know it's important to get for pedestrians and bicycles. It's so hard now to get the connection. You either need to go California Avenue or along the beach. So I would like if we can pull this off.
So medium priority, low priority, high?
Medium, a little bit above medium. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Rial?
I think it's like envisioning this as another city park. I mean, in terms of the cost and all of that, but it would certainly be a much more natural setting, kind of a passive, kind of pass through on very natural habitat. So that's really appealing. But the issue for me is really the connection between our old and our new. And if you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, it's like, I don't even know where to start for something like that then. But I think that it's still, just because we're going to require that much money, I think the purpose of it is so important for that piece of land. And so I agree when you say hundreds of millions, and so why even consider it? Do we only consider this piece of land then only for sort of an open space kind of park at $10 million, or is that so pie in the sky that Marina can never envision anything happening with those connector roads? It's a comment and a question. Maybe Lane, you can talk about your thoughts about this.
Sure. I think the Patton Parkway connection part of that really is important for our long-term traffic flow and as we continue to grow. Because right now, a lot of the traffic weaves through the residential streets. And so Patton Parkway extension will help a lot of that cut through traffic. It will improve access to the high school over time. And so we think that's an important project. The ability to have that project funded by the CFD funds is really important. And so probably a better discussion to have with the council is our future projection for additional CFD funds. As the Dunes and Sea Haven build out, we'll collect an additional 28 million in CFD funds. And so some projects like this become very doable as those projects build out. The recreation trail connection, I think we've all kind of talked about that. I think that would be a great connection to connect downtown Marina with the New South development and access to the beach. Is an important part.
Can I ask one other question? Will approving this and starting this trail, or I don't know how this path connector, will that in any way deter our future consideration of road connections?
No, because as we look at the trail connection, it will always kind of follow the alignment of where the road would. So it wouldn't be a problem with that at all. I don't think. Brian, do you see any problem with that?
Yeah, I don't know that I would expect that it would necessarily be constructed in such a way that we wouldn't have to reconstruct portions of it, but some of the grading that would go in place for the trail could be incorporated into the roadway itself. So, but who knows how many years it's going to be before a roadway goes through.
Right. I just don't want to give the impression that because we start off this way, so now the path always takes precedence, and then we'll have people saying, well, how can you destroy this wonderful path in order to have us walk behind a road? And so now we've created sort of a disincentive for us to do what the whole purpose of considering this kind of roadway.
Yeah, if the roadway went in, as we have it planned, it has class 1 separated paths incorporated into the roadway, as well as on-street accommodation for bicycles. So those would be incorporated in any roadway that went forward in the future.
Okay.
Excuse me.
You're talking about Patton?
No, Del Monte extension.
Oh, the hundreds of millions project.
Well, no, just if we're just talking about the extension from the dunes to the downtown, that one roadway, the $17 million project.
Okay, without the on ramps, off ramps.
Yes. Mhm.
And I think my only consolation is that because we do a consolidated list, and I know that road system is on our rank ordered lists. And as long as I don't care if it takes 20 years or 50 years, that we're always going to have that evergreen list, that it reminds us that we had a desire to make the connections with the city flow much, much better through our roadways. Then I'm happy, as long as we don't forget about it now, and that this becomes the only part that we're working on.
The only part being Patton Parkway or
No, the
a ped
trails.
bike.
Yeah, the pedestrian bike, which I'm not opposed to, but I don't want it to become the reason why we can't do the other things that we have wanted.
Gotcha. Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I too appreciate that this has been on our list and it is something that we're looking forward to in terms of our vision. It is very important to connect our communities. And I just go back to what Mike Moeller was saying. If there is some portion of this that is some low hanging fruit. You've told us that we know that there's endangered species out there. We're going to be having to mitigate some of those things. I just wonder if part of this project, we can start on the smaller parts, whether it is connecting road streets so that students can walk to school properly, to Marina High School, or residents of the dunes in that neighborhood have options. We're going to be getting a lot more foot traffic out there with development that is to come. You know, we have a whole lot going on out there. So keeping that vision alive, and if there's some smaller portions, or maybe that's my question: is there some smaller portions of this that can move forward without? We're looking at a $10 million budget. Of course, we're not going to set aside the full 10 to do that. Well, maybe we are. I don't know. I'm just wondering, could there be portions of it that it could be phased out?
Given that it's a trail, I mean, it's either a complete trail connection or it's not. And so, you know, a lot of that funding is for the Patton Parkway extension, but I think, you know, that's kind of a key connection as well. And any of the projects that go through here, you know, we're trying to minimize any take of Sangillia, but, you know, we're going to be really hard pressed to find a trail alignment that doesn't have some take somewhat. So there is going to be that whole environmental process that's going to have to be gone through regardless, you know, of how much it's segmented.
Following up and looking at the funding source being from Fora, was there any kind of requirements when they did give us, was it the 18 million or whatever it is that they gave us? Was it a blank check to whether it's blight removal or these? I'm just wondering, can you give us some historical context from Fora? Did they say you have to do this? Is there anything mandating this?
So, you know, when we talk about that funding sources like Fora CFD, really what we're saying, it's the CFD that was put in place when Fora went away. It wasn't that Fora gave us money for those roadways themselves that went into a fund. It's just that it's what's being collected as development occurs in the post Fora era.
Then with the historical context, then sorry to eat up all my time here, was there promises made for the CFD? Was it, did we say we were going to do this?
Yes, there is, because we had to negotiate agreements with both Sea Haven and the dunes, because naturally they did not want to continue paying this fee, CFD fee, which is close to $26,000 per residential unit right now. And so part of the commitment to them and the reason behind that they needed to continue making that payment to the city is when Fora went away, we took on those obligations to build those roads, which was this Del Monte Second Avenue connection, the Patton Parkway connection, which is all part of that, the 8th Avenue connection. We took on responsibility for the habitat management plan and putting all that in and funding that. And we took on the obligation for the removal of the blight. And so those are all key projects that when Fora went away, we said those are projects the city took responsibility for, and that was our reasons for continuing those CFD funds.
Thank you for that background. For anybody watching, Fora was Corridor Reuse Authority. I just want to make clear that I do think we have a responsibility to keep these things on the radar and make good with the promises that we did make, because if it was the other way around, it would not be fair if we were holding an entity to do something and we decided to change our minds. So that's that.
All right, thank you. Brian, did you have any comment on the bike ped connection?
Mayor, I guess my only comment would be is I'd like to understand a little bit better what some of the opportunities might be when we develop Cypress Knolls to maybe do some of these kind of projects in conjunction with that. I mean, it just seems like we're looking at them at two separate projects, but really it's almost entirely in Cypress Knolls. So kind of answering the question with a question, and it doesn't have to be answered, but I mean, I'm just wondering if putting it off, yes, it's important. I agree, but are there some synergies that can be made in the Cypress Knolls development?
I don't know. The Cypress Knolls, as we develop that out, it will certainly connect into this recreation trail. So when you talk about the synergies, yes, absolutely, it would connect into that.
All right, and that's all part of phase or tier 3, right? We don't have any money allocated for the multi-use path connector, Patton Parkway extension.
Correct.
Yeah, no, other than what's already been allocated in the Del Monte extension project, but that's being used for design.
Okay, so everything in tier 3 is right now not allocated. It's kind of a wish list if we were to find money for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We did in the numbers that we've shown drawn down, we didn't include tier 3.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Talking about the tier 3, if I can, please. One of the things, if I saw it correctly, was, is it on here? Yes. Page number 65, recreational trail maintenance. Yeah, I have a question on that. And that is, it occurred to me that parts, and also the Marina Drive, parts of this recreation trail go alongside the track where we have a hand car. The money that comes to us, I mean, I'm sorry, the money that is the rents for that rail track. I guess my question is, can we ask Transportation Agency for Monterey County to provide us some of the money back from the use of the handcar rails to reinvest back into our city or to improve that property in the footprint of either whether they use it or just back to our city? Does that make sense?
Yeah, again, the lease money that's paid by the family that runs the hand car, they pay $9,000 a month to TAMC, and it doesn't cost TAMC any money at all for them they're doing everything. But anyway, $9,000 a month. Can any of that revenue to TAMC be used to improve the rec trail?
Yeah,
And I think who's our TAMC rep? I think we should go through our TAMC rep.
Please authorize me to ask the questions. And City Manager, you have something to say about this?
No, I was going to say exactly where the mayor is going. I think our council person on the TAMC board should make that request. When the hand cars came in, we had that discussion with Todd Muck about some of those funds being coming into the city, and his response was, you know, TAMC charges lease payments for a lot of different agencies that use their infrastructure, and they did not want to go down the road of they started giving money back to us for property that was leased in our area. Then what would stop Seaside and Sand City and everyone else from asking it? So we already put that on. They said no, but I think as on that board, you could certainly put that request out there again.
I will be happy to do that. I know that the tracks are in the footprint of their future project for Surfline, but it certainly makes sense to ask, which also we might have to extend past 10 o'clock, by the way.
Yeah, nowadays we would extend to the end of the item. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same question about, or I had a question about that.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, can you wait just for one? I didn't see him.
Yeah, just one quick point of clarification on that, the lease that with TAMC is between the city and TAMC, and then we sublease to the handcar group, right? So it's this 3-party transaction. So it's important to understand how the money flows on there, and right, we need to coordinate with TAMC. If we need to modify that, But we also need to be mindful that right now it's revenue neutral to the city, right? And so I think that just needs to be made as a point of clarification, right? That we need to modify both ends of the transaction. Because I know there are certain instances that have come up, I think at the initially, maybe the first few months of operations where there was like a discussion as far as the 3 areas that cover that lease as well. And so I think we just need to make sure that we connect all the dots there and make sure, because I think it's important for the handcar folks to understand that we have that lease with TAMC. It's not just between us and the handcar. So
Is it revenue neutral to TAMC?
I don't know what their expenditures are on their side. Right? I don't see that side of the ledger, but that's a good point. You know, do they just I don't know how they operate as a.
Yeah, I think it's revenue positive, but I think
I don't know how they operate as a landlord, right? You know, so
they leave it, they tell them everything they ask, that's for the city.
yeah,
That's how they handle it.
there you go.
Thank you, Juan. Elizabeth, thanks for being patient.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question was, with before the suggestion was made that maybe TAMC can pay. Why would we not do the maintenance? It's $200,000 on how much is the budget? I mean, I know it's in bad shape. Is this another part of Marina that we let go downhill? So what would you think? What do you think?
Maintenance hasn't been done since I've been here. I don't know when the last time maintenance has been done.
Patchwork gets done.
Yeah, but I think this was added to this because it came up at a previous council discussion on the street resurfacing program. That we don't have those in there, and so this was added for council consideration during the budget.
Thank you.
All right. So I'd like to, first motion, we go to the end of this matter because it might take till 10:10 or something like that. So I'll motion we extend tonight's meeting until the end of this agenda item.
I second.
Can we have we don't need a roll call. All in favor, please say aye.
Hi.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. Okay, so we'll go, that passes unanimously. So we'll go to the end. So I'd like to start to build a motion that we do as requested to adopt a resolution after having received these staff presentations and then provide direction. And the direction is that we ask staff to look into the history of reimbursement of the streetlights damage claims so that we can understand that better. Number 2, that we expedite the failed wood deck, since we've heard it's, like Pro Tem said, it's dangerous now. Kids are using it. I didn't know that. Thank you. Number 3, that we look at some tier 3 projects and we look at the $1 million we've been granted by the state for the senior center to go toward the $500,000 at the community center, that staff looks at this possibility. Not that we do it, but they come back and talk to us about it. And that we ask staff to find money for the teen center improvements and the rec trail that we just talked about. If I can get a second on that. Okay, and we can delete some if people don't like what's on there. But then I'd like to ask a question about the airport projects. The last couple pages are airport. And so they're tier 3. So if we don't address these specifically, do they go undone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I believe that those are not tier 3 projects. Those are separate projects altogether. And the airport.
Okay, so those are going to get done unless we say don't do them.
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah. So your last one, the only one that I wanted to modify was the one about the multi-use path connector Del Monte Boulevard to 2nd Avenue. Rather than to consider this in the budget, the CIP budget, I think I want to follow Council Member McCarthy's suggestion that we defer this to incorporate in any of the Cypress Knolls planning sessions so that we're talking about it together in the context of the whole Cypress Knolls project. And
Is it already tier 3?
it's,
I
this
thought it was
is,
tier 3.
yeah, it's tier 3.
So
but
we
since-
wouldn't do it unless we asked them to do it.
His
that
motion
correct?
No,
didn't,
but you mentioned it, so that's why I'm saying a modification of that.
Oh, my motion didn't include it. but
Oh, I
But it-
thought you said I'm
I
sorry.
had
I
the teen
misunderstood.
center and the senior 1 million. I didn't get to the patent.
Oh, I
didn't
see.
get to
I
that.
thought I heard
The
you say
rec
that.
trail, I said,
Okay,
which is what
different.
Councilmember Fisher was talking about.
Ah, gosh.
But we
okay.
can include in the motion that we sort of defer as sort of a policy or whatever that,
No, it's okay because tier 3, we're not addressing that right now.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it's okay. Then I'd like to add that we prioritize 1 to 2 new baseball sports fields at Preston Park. And this is prioritizing it over the Dunes Park baseball field. And then another one is to use the $1.7 million that we're expecting from the developer for the Dunes City Park to begin the design work rather
Preston?
than no, the Dune City Park that we're oh, no, I'm sorry. Is that Sea Haven or now I'm getting confused between the different parks, but the developer was going to give 1.7 million and it hasn't been given yet. And the city was going to use 1 million of our general fund for that park. And is that Dunes or Sea Haven? Sea Haven. Okay, so
and which part?
we do
Which part?
the Sea Haven Park, the what are we calling the Sea Haven Park? Here. Let me find it.
Which park was gonna,
Uh,
that was for, I think Salinas Avenue,
Oh, Salinas Avenue, shoot.
not a park issue.
Yeah.
But you're still, your main
Right,
point.
right. For Salinas Avenue widening then. I was getting it mixed up. So this is for the Salinas Avenue widening that Sea Haven was going to give 1.7 million. And we were going to allocate 1 million in this budget cycle. And so what my recommendation is that we defer our 1 million and allow the design of 1 million to be coming out of the developer's allocation or funding. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear. And I thought staff said they already tried that. They got nowhere. So it would have to be like litigation or something like that. We can't force them to give it to us in
Right,
advance.
but this is our CIP budget, right? So we're not saying that we're going to force them, but we're saying that this year, we're not going to allocate the 1 million.
Okay, so delete any Salinas Avenue funding from the
And we'll wait
CIP for this
until
year.
they meet their obligation.
Okay, Brian and Lane, before we add that to the motion, how does that sound to you?
I'm fine with that. I think we're going to continue to have ongoing discussions and we'll let them know that if they, as soon as we get their 1.7 million contribution, that we can start working on the plans for the widening, and that will just move that project forward quicker.
Yeah, or even less than that, Lane and council, if they were to pay half for the planning, 500,000, and we pay 500,000, that seems more of a friendly fair
Mhm.
than say, give us 1.7 and then we'll spend 1 million on planning. So does that seem reasonable, Lane and Brian?
Yeah, I think those are things we can work at. I don't want to negotiate in public on agreement
Okay,
necessarily.
we're just asking for fairness, really. It's just partners. Juan, did you have input?
Right, and I think Lane, the 2 slides that you showed at the beginning
Yeah.
of the night, I think shaving off the tier 2 projects and getting us to fund balance that was closer to like I forget the number now, but 6.5 million was, yeah. That was like essentially deferring that Salinas Avenue $1 million was part of those 2 slides because it was a tier 2 project and we suggested we shave those
Oh,
off. So I think
right.
that's in alignment with what
Oh, good.
we
Okay,
kind of
right.
talked
I
about.
forgot about that. Yeah, it's a discussion. Okay. And then the last one is the condition is to consider requesting funds from TAMC in the lease monies from the hand car operations. and putting that to the rec trail maintenance. If we were to get that. And maybe do we need to consider that we authorize our TAMC representative to request that from TAMC? Okay. Those are my 3 additions.
Okay, so let's talk as a council about moving the money to build ball fields at the Dune City Park over to Preston.
No, if we can't afford the ones for the Dune City Park, because that includes another ball field, that we give precedence for any additional general fund monies to building 1 to 2 new baseball fields at Preston Park.
Okay, do we have a funding shortage for the field at the Dune City Park?
I think Lane said he did. We're gonna have to go back and refigure.
We do. I think we're going to come back to council with a couple different options, because the proposal with just 1 ball field is up at 14 million. It's still too much. And so we're having some difficulty putting that ball field there, just because we still have basic infrastructure that we have to put in. We have to put in parking for it. We have to put in restrooms. We have a lot of grading and infrastructure that we have to do. And by the time we do that, and the ball fields, we're at 14 million.
All right, Lane, then does it make sense, the friendly amendment suggested, or are there unaffordable expenses in doing it at Preston Park as well?
You know, I think the amendment to prioritize 1 ball field at Preston, I think that's a good thing to put on there, to prioritize. And then as we look at future potential funding, whether it be the 13 to 15 million, those will be discussions that we'll have with the council down the road, and then we'll refer back to and say, okay, this is a priority.
Okay, any objection from council? Let's go to Councilmember Fisher on adding to the motion the prioritization at Preston.
No objection.
Okay, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Earlier, the maintenance for that bike path, if TAMC does not provide the money, I don't know how you can put this in a motion, but I would still like that to be maintained.
No, that's in the motion already. How we
Okay, I
pay
missed
for
that.
it
Okay,
is like another
I
piece
missed
of the
it.
motion to authorize our representative on TAMC and staff to try to get that going.
But if that doesn't come
Right.
through, then it will still be maintained.
So don't tell them we're gonna do it anyway.
Don't tell it. They're not watching, are they?
Right, they're not watching.
They're not watching. Thank you.
Only Mike and Tommy are watching. All right, and then, any other objection to the prioritization of Preston?
No.
Okay, let me go through what the friendly amendments were, then we'll go to Brian and Mayor Pro Tem. The Salinas Avenue discussion about having staff try to work with Sea Haven to share the planning expenses to save us some upfront money. I'll add that to the motion if there's no objection to that. And then the TAMC handcar lease, we just talked about that, so that'll be to the motion. So I'll modify my motion for those 3 suggestions that Councilmember Biala had. Is the second hold?
Yes.
Who was the second?
Oh, you did? Okay, good. Doesn't matter.
Councilmember Fisher. Okay, now let's go to Mayor Pro Tem and then back to Councilmember Fisher.
I was just gonna add in the cost recovery for the light poles. Let's make sure that we follow up on that.
That was in the motion.
That was in the.
That was the first piece of it, right?
Okay.
Do we understand what's going on there?
Okay. One thing that, speaking to the motion and speaking to our priority list, something that was missing was the riding mowers and the sweeper.
So the riding mowers is in there
Is the riding mowers in there?
to pay $90,000 for the $30,000 riding mowers, but the sweeper wasn't in there.
Where's the sweeper?
Maybe that's not a CIP, but we'll find out.
Yeah, the riding mowers we're going to incorporate into the operating budget. That I know. The street
The
sweeper.
street sweeper is in the vehicle replacement fund.
Okay, so
And
it's not in
yeah, it's
CIP.
not in the CIP.
So Brian, on the mowers, how many are we getting for 90K?
We're looking at getting 2 mowers. Initially we looked at, getting replacing the diesel in kind that we have.
That was
Uh,
15 each approximately, so
yeah.
30,000.
Yeah, but the electric mowers are considerably more. So we wanted to kind of look at going in that direction.
Great. And then the other thing, the sweeper, with the plan that you're thinking, when will we get a new sweeper?
We're again gonna probably be looking at electric options. There are electric options available now. City of Carmel placed an order for one, and it's about a year-long process. It's kind of like ordering a fire engine type thing. It's a longer supply chain construction on these. They're not spitting them out left and right.
What's the cost?
I want to say it's adding more to it. We were initially looking probably in the 350, 380. But it's going to be more than that. But what Carmel did is they went out and they got grants to offset that cost. So basically they're getting the electric sweeper for the same price that they would have paid for a diesel sweeper.
So you think we might have it in a year?
Well, a year from placing the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does that need to be part of the motion, Mayor Pro Tem, or it's already in the book, in the works? And it's not even a CIP really, so.
Sorry, then I removed that. I just
Okay.
knew that was one.
I'm
of
glad
the
you
priorities.
asked. Okay. Anything else, Christina?
I'm okay right now.
Okay, so was there any friendly amendment that you suggested?
Yes, this is what I have right here, I'd like to see, I've got to go back to this. What are we allocating for blight removal and the projects around the art village? Was that in our third tier?
So in the current budget in the CIP, and will remain budgeted in there, is $1.5 million for the Arts Village. Either for stabilization, depending on which route we go, could also be looked at for removal if that's the direction the city wants to go.
I'd like to see something in the motion about this because we just had developer offer some funds to help us move some projects along. So can we fashion something in this motion that leverages what the developer is willing to put up?
Yeah, so I'll add to the motion that we ask staff to continue discussions with the developer to share expenses to demolish the arts habitat.
Well,
Wait, no, not the arts habitat, the
Arts
go ahead.
Village, I think we're comfortable because this is part of a whole discussion with the dunes on a lot of issues. The Arts Village was initially their priority. That was their responsibility. The city kind of took that on. I think if the motion is that you want us to have discussions with the dunes about the Arts Village and potential future of that and sharing.
No, I'd like to see something in this motion with some action item. I don't want to discussion is good, but I also know that they have timelines and we have timelines. So I just want to see, do you have something? I'd like to see something come of this discussion of an art village, from stabilization to next steps. If they're willing to assist with some blight removal, I want to capitalize on that. And I also would like to see some signage or something going on out there.
So if I may, yeah, and I think you want more than what I'm going to ask for, but I'd like to start by saying we asked for a tour of this facility several meetings ago. So within the next 45 days, let's get that tour, whether it's a public meeting where the public is invited, whether it's something else. I haven't even seen, I don't even know what we're really talking about.
So before we go down the road of demolish instead of rehab,
We're rehabbing.
well, rehabbing is $7 million at least, and the way prices
No,
go up, it's going to be
We
10
we
million.
set aside $1 million to do some stabilization last budget cycle. Did that get done?
No,
No, that has not been done yet.
and we should know what we're going to do with the property before we spend $1 million to stabilize something we're going to demolish. But it sounds like the public meeting is really important. Go ahead.
I looked at it like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I will be very surprised if that structure is worth.
Salvageable.
Yes, I don't even know if you want to have a tour to that building that's not safe to go into, or probably not even be next to it. There's construction going on there. I did it on a Sunday when there was no.
Went through the hole in the fence.
No, there was no fence, so, but, but anyway, if you see photos, that might already be enough. I don't know. I don't know, Lane or Brian, has staff done more research for this, or?
No, what I was gonna say is, yeah, we really would like to have a discussion with the council on really the future of the Arts Village. And we know a lot more information now. And we've had a lot of information in the past that much of you right now have not had the opportunity to look at that. But I think we really need to have a discussion on where we want to go with Arts Village.
Can you be a spoiler and just get to the punchline? Like, are we talking that it looks like we need to demolish it, but we want to have the discussion first, Lane? Or it looks like we want to rehab it, but we want to have that discussion first?
I think we want to kind of have both, because I think the initial idea and thought is still some value to that.
Okay.
Even with some of the things of different people have talked about it, I think there is some value to that, but there is a cost associated with that. And the discussion is, where does that cost come in all these priorities? And,
Okay.
and you may say no.
Right. So Mayor Pro Tem, it sounds like we don't want to ask for action until we give staff direction on what the action is.
Okay, then I'll take this off the table. But would like strongly advise that we bring it back very soon, maybe in the next month or so, we can start having some policy decisions around this property when we do have some input from the public and from the developer, what they're willing to do.
Right. Lane, is staff pretty much ready to go with coming to council for a discussion? Or is it going to take long?
We'd like a little bit more time to put some things together. We also want to talk with the Dunes people a little bit more. But I think if we can come back within 2 months, would be a good time frame.
Okay. Lane, if we were to demolish, does it open up the first tee to use more of that land, to do more of what they wanted?
No, it's
No?
not,
Okay.
not even close to the size they needed.
Okay.
Can we bring it back a little sooner than 2 months? Can we say a little bit sooner than that at all?
We're trying to get our budget. We're going to be focusing our next few weeks on the budget. So I can't, a month we can't do.
Right. Yeah. I think it's a small enough project, even though I hate to say that, but I mean, we don't want to rush staff on a smaller project and then delay bigger projects.
How about as soon as we pass the budget, the meeting after that? How's that?
The problem is I won't have time to talk with the Dunes and some other players. We need to talk about some options and get our strategy in place.
All right. So it's complicated enough that you don't want to rush it, right? All right.
Can I just add to that, Mayor? Just because I hear from the developer that this is very important to them, and maybe it's an opportunity for the developer, depending on how important it is, to maybe present some of their own ideas and thinking out of the box, and that alleviates pressure on staff. And I know that's a huge ask from the developer, and maybe they're not willing to do that, and I would understand that, but I would say just publicly that I think most of us would be very receptive to hearing any ideas that anyone has, right? Whether it's public-private partnerships, whether it's demolishing, rebuilding.
Right. But hearing those ideas requires staff's ears. And if staff is full right now, the next month and a half with other projects, they still have to.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I'm willing to listen to them even if staff doesn't have the time. I mean,
Yeah, you can talk to them anytime, right? Right. So Lane and Brian, what's your final take on this?
Mr. Mayor, could I make one ask, because I need to clarify? It sounded like Doug was saying that one of the reasons for the request for the demolition of buildings is because these are eyesores to brand new development around. And so there's that motivation. And then I'm kind of understanding that this is attached to the arts district project, but maybe it doesn't have to be. Like, we could still talk about what demolition is important to them, not attached to our commitment to build an arts village. I'm not sure if that's possible, or there isn't any demolition initiative that isn't attached to pursuing an arts village project.
Yeah, I think there is that.
It's
You have
one
to
and
be-
the
if they're-
same.
Yeah, it's one and the same, because if you demolish it,
But hopefully, even without a project, that we want to demolish any blight, regardless of what was gonna be.
but we're talking about
looking at.
rehabbing the blight. And if you demolish it, you can't rehab it.
Right,
So-
but if they thought, for example, that the council really isn't going to pursue the arts district village, and because we have so many other things that are much more pressing projects that we need for our community, then maybe the offer of demolition is at least there, and and they can feel motivated to actually get down the blight around their new buildings. So we could still avail ourselves to their offer.
If we decide, like I was
Right.
going to do 20 minutes ago or whatever, that we just decide to demolish it, but I don't think we're ready. So if we're not ready to demolish it, then we can't pay someone to take it down.
And I'll say my concern with that is that, we can't obligate future council. So we say demolish it and future council says, well, we're just going to sell it to another developer and build more housing. I don't think that's what this council wants. So the time to really try to determine what we're going to do with that land is probably sooner rather than later. So there is
Right.
a downside, I think, to just demolishing and letting it sit
Right.
vacant.
So that takes staff even longer if it's not just to make the decision, demolish or not, but what will you do with it if you demolish it? That takes more time.
Well, I'd also like to hear from, and maybe that's why we have the talks, is the developer, if they knew right now that we don't want to consider that, would they still be offering to help us with
Consider
the
what?
demolition? I mean, the demolition itself, without being attached to the arts village, is important. And I see Doug kind of saying yes. So we're connecting it, and initially it was connected, but he's now saying possibly that he's just really interested in getting the blight removed
Right.
around their property. And so we could have a discussion that's separate from that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's in staff's realm to have that discussion,
Mhm,
but they can't have it tomorrow, it sounds like.
mhm. Well, I think the staff would also like our opinion about where we're going with it too. So I don't think it just hinges on that, but.
Yeah. Well, my opinion is that the writing on the wall, we're going to demolish it,
Mhm,
but we're not ready to. So we have to have a public
Mhm.
discussion of that.
mhm.
I think that's where it's going to end up because of the
Mhm.
cost of
Right, right.
everything. So
Right.
we wouldn't want to stabilize it until we're sure we're going to keep it.
Right, and and I would be more in favor of going to see if the demolition by itself is enough for the dunes, to,
Be happy.
yes,
They'd be very happy.
yes.
Right. But
And
we're not
and
ready
to
to
pay-
demolish it.
And
so-
to pay for
Yeah,
some of it
that's
or
what we
all
heard.
of it,
Yeah.
yes. So that would make us happy too, right?
Mhm.
So,
But
okay.
this council is not ready to make that decision tonight, so staff has to have those discussions with the developer.
And
then
therefore,
come back to us.
if it could be a simpler solution, then we should have that discussion sooner than later.
I don't know that it can be simpler than should we demolish or keep it? And if we demolish it, what are we going to do with it? Can't be simpler than that. Unless we wanted to divorce what we're going to do with it for later and
Right,
just talk about now whether we're going to keep it or demolish it.
yes.
And Councilman McCarthy wants to talk about the land use for the future before we make the decision of demolishing or not.
I think that would be prudent.
Mm. And I'm okay with just blight removal without knowing what we want to do with the land.
Well, if it's blight removal, then we know we're not going to build an art habitat or art district.
Mhm.
And see, and that's not obviously clear to me. I mean, I take your word for it.
I mean, that's my guess. That's my opinion.
Right.
Could be wrong.
But that's why, to your point, yes, I think there should be some discussion. I don't know what the options are, whether we deed restrict that land. I mean, obviously that's not for tonight, but I would like to have some discussion before we make the decision. And I also would like to learn more about really the quality of the building, because I've not seen it. I've not walked in it.
All right. And the zoning, is it public facilities, park?
Correct,
What's
it's
it
public
zoned?
facilities.
Public facilities, zone for public facilities. So we'd have to change the zoning if we wanted to build homes, for example, or build commercial. Go
This-
ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
This is an example of historical context. A lot of time and effort was put into some design ideas for it. I saw a schematic for it. I have walked it. I guess I'm hot on this because I was just in San Diego and saw a great use of property that was translatable. So I really take this off the table. Let's have a discussion, a proper discussion, because we're not in any place to make a decision, especially about demolition when some analysis has already been done. And those of us who are newer to this era of this council, other things were in play. So I'll
Okay,
leave it at that.
we have some lights on. Who would like to speak to building a motion or anything else? Councilmember Fisher?
No, I think just.
Okay, legacy light. Councilmember Biala?
Yes, and what I'm saying is I'm not opposed to an arts village, but if you look at what's there, and if you were to reconstruct a whole new arts village concept, would we want it in that shape? Would we want to have that? Is that the best use of the property? And so, you know, I don't want to have us meted to those particular buildings to make this village. And so just FYI, so to me, the actual standing building there is not is important as what is our real visions for an art village.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy and then Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think, losing my train of thought here, but I'd like some more information on the body cam proposal. I'm a huge fan. I want to see the technology. But even if it means spending a little bit more, spending less, I'm uncomfortable allocating $750,000 for something that I have no idea what we're really getting. So I don't know, again, I'm not trying to remove the funding because I absolutely support it, but I feel like I need more information in order to actually support this. And I know it'll come back to us for, when we actually spend the money. But before that happens, I just would like some more information about some other options. I mean, can we buy cameras like what was put out on Lapis Road? In addition to that, does the company make, similar kind of devices where we get economies of scale?
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah.
innovative. So I'm really ready to put that into the motion, but someone's turned their lights on. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
It was just on a totally different topic that I've forgotten to ask.
Okay, well,
question
hold on
about.
that just for
yeah.
a moment.
Okay.
Does anyone have any comment on Brian's suggested friendly amendment?
Just to
Councilmember
say
Fisher?
that I support that.
Okay.
I would like to see probably some proposals. To,
Okay,
Yeah, it just seems to be.
is that including body cam or just car cam?
Both. Is that two different items? Or?
No, it's one
Yeah.
item now, but
So
I'm happy with the body cams because we got to have those.
Uh,
But the car cams are something new and they're very expensive, so I'm not sold on those.
I think it's for both.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to understand the technology, what we can get, if we can get more or less, and what those
Okay.
alternatives look like.
So if the motion is to defer on the body car cam until what? Staff can come back and give us more information?
Some more information about what they're actually looking for, and then also some alternatives.
So looking for as far as the objective of the cams?
The objectives, yeah, the actual technology.
So objectives, the type of technology that
Type of
that
technology.
they have, yeah,
And then also some alternatives that are both in a higher price range and a lower price range.
okay. Higher and lower cost alternatives. And then you were talking about economy of scale, like can they somehow be provided by the same vendor that provides other products
Yes,
in the security camera realm?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'll add as a friendly amendment, if the second holds, that we defer on allocating the money for body and car cams until the staff can come back to council regarding objectives of the cams, two cameras, the technology being used, if there's higher or lower cost alternatives, and if there's any kind of economies of scale we can get from the same vendor, these cameras and some other services. that
And I
we might
think
use.
my intent was not to defer the allocation, but before, to get more information that we've articulated before it comes to us in a staff report and we're forced to make a decision at the last moment. So I just want to be very thorough about the spending of that $760,000.
So, but we're asking staff not to spend the money until we have more information.
Yes, but we're going to allocate it. I mean, it doesn't go somewhere else or it doesn't disappear. You can't.
Okay. So if we say don't spend the money, but we'll still allocate it, we might decide when we get more information not to spend the money, but that would be, or spend more.
Right.
That would be for that other
Right.
time.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So basically before spending the money on the car cams to bring back the requested. Okay. Second hold. Okay. Councilmember Vischer, do you have more? Councilmember Yala?
Yes, on page 37, we talk about the admin records management system and the proposed budget is $250,000. Just wanted to find out, is the software program the cost of this 250,000, or is it the cost of having consultants or additional people to input the data, or what is this cost related to?
Yeah, it's kind of
Maybe Lane
all of
knows.
all of the above. We have the one expert that really does most of the cities in California that we've already met with her, and so it would be hiring that consultant, working with that consultant on selecting a software program, but also would include the funding to go back and scanning in all the records and the documents that we need in the system. So it would do everything that we needed to do to get all of our old records that we need on the system. And part of it is should be evaluating, saying these records under your records policy and under state law, you don't need put in the system. And so it would be a complete package deal of everything.
Complete package until they're finished. So it's not by an hourly basis for a consultant or an inputter of data or anything like that. This is a company that's going to take care of it all for us.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. And then people like Syra do not have to be involved in this.
Actually, Syra will be heavily involved working with our
Oh.
consultant on this.
Oh, actually doing the inputting and
Not doing the inputting, but working with on identifying the records and selecting
I
this
see.
and making sure it does everything that we want to do. So it should be
Okay. All right. So it's not counting staff time, but it is counting the expertise to get it all done.
correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Then there's no other modifications or recommendations.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yeah, I have a question. This is for Fire Chief. On the fire station 1 and 2 alerting system, is this technology something that can be transferred? For example, if a bond measure is allocated and we get this, will this, what we spend, be transferable to a new location?
Yeah, I'm sure that there will be some cost with just the wiring and things like that. But most of the equipment and the alerting systems, should be transferable to the new station and be built into the new station. It'll have to be examined when we do it, but
Okay.
I think that the bigger cost that we're looking at is potentially transferring with the bond measure is the ladder truck that we've purchased, and so that's the bigger pie we're shooting for.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question, the Rain Dollar California traffic signal. So has it been decided that we're going to have a traffic signal at that intersection?
That's what's been identified in the environmental documents. I can't say for sure if we've done an intersection control evaluation on it, but I do know that the grades in that area are not going to be very conducive to building a roundabout there.
Okay. All right. And then is it expected that there will be new lighting included, like, night lighting?
Yes, all of that would be incorporated in with the traffic signals.
Okay. And then if the environmental is still to come, is the environmental still to come or has it already been done?
No, the project was identified in environmental studies for impacts on development. We would still have to do our CEQA analysis as we do with all projects.
All right.
But it may be, an exemption or depending on the extent of
Okay.
the impact.
So on the environmental, CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, can the night skies be included, aesthetic impacts or light impacts be included in that?
We'll have to look at all the impacts with, when they do the evaluation as to what level of CEQA.
So I think if there's an exemption, it wouldn't get into that, right? But if there's not an exemption, it could get into that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the CEQA expert up here, but I mean.
Okay. Well, I guess for the council, if we're going to put a new lights into an intersection that's been dark for decades, do we want to make sure that it's night sky appropriate? Okay.
And particularly because there's so many residential, I mean, it's surrounded by residential.
So if there's an expedited CEQA process, you check a box and it's, negative mid deck, whatever, then we might not get that analysis. But we're saying tonight that we want that
Yes.
analysis at that intersection.
Definitely, for me.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I guess I take a different view. I say we just as a council dictate that it must be dark sky certified. I mean, whether CEQA says there's an impact or not.
All right. Is that appropriate, Lane?
I don't think there would be a problem with that. Because the balance is we're going to look at it from a public safety point of view and be sure that the lighting addresses the safety aspect, and the shielding will already do. So I don't think it'd be a problem with direction to look at it to be compliant with dark sky standards.
Okay, then I'll add to the motion that project be night sky certified. Okay, is that second hold? Okay, and the last thing I had was just a comment that the 8th Street extension that goes from 3rd Avenue to California Avenue has a lot of relevance to Hilltop Park and Fortag, because Fortag, I think, is going to be on the south side of that 8th Street, and it's going to have to cross 8th Street to get to Hilltop Park, which is on the north side of 8th Street. Unfortunately, the Fortag couldn't be on the north side where the park is. It has to cross 8th Street, but that's just the way it worked out. So I think it's an important project, and it takes care of a really bad section of road. It doesn't exist as a road really, but that's a good project. And last, I'll say thank you to staff, those who are here tonight and those who have had a hand in this. This is the most significant set of public works CIP projects that I think we've ever had. And it's only the additional ones. It's not including the ones that are already in the books. I don't know how we're gonna get all this done. I'll be amazed.
We're working on hiring people.
Okay, so all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. So that motion passed unanimously. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Good night.